Chapter 5585. Amidst the chaos, the black-robed youth unleashed his power and sent all three of Gu Fei's clones flying. The extremely tyrannical power wreaked havoc in the primal chaos. Even Yin Wu and Holy Master Void Sky's clones, who were watching from the sidelines, were shocked by this scene. It was just a clone, but it was actually this powerful. It was truly unbelievable. If a clone was already so powerful, wouldn't the mysterious black-robed youth's true body be unimaginably powerful? Even Yin Wu was stunned when she thought of this. However, just as the black-robed youth sent all three of Gu Fei's clones flying, Gu Fei's true body made a move. With just a punch, Gu Fei's true body landed on the back of the black-robed youth. "Haha, are you trying to scratch an itch for me?" The black-robed youth mocked. "Is that so?" A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. In the next moment, a powerful force erupted from the fist that landed on the black-robed youth's back. The black-robed youth's expression changed drastically. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. Then, with a boom, his entire body exploded. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, both Yin Wu and Sacred Lord Void Sky were stunned. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Gu Fei actually destroyed this mysterious fellow with a single punch. There was no doubt that the mysterious black-robed youth was powerful. No one expected Gu Fei to destroy this fellow with a single punch. This scene was too unbelievable. This was especially so for Yin Wu. She had fought with this black-robed youth before and knew how powerful and terrifying he was. "Haze, I thought this fellow was incredible. It turns out that he's only a..." Gu Fei retracted his fist and said disappointedly. Yin Wu and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones were speechless. Rumble. At this moment, the entire chaos void suddenly shook violently. Boundless chaotic aura gathered, and a huge figure appeared in the chaos. Gu Fei and the others looked at this scene in shock. This chaos giant was so huge that it could actually support a piece of chaos. It was like a giant that created the world, as if it could open up a world in the chaos with a wave of its hand. "I didn't kill this guy." Gu Fei looked at the chaos giant and couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, the mysterious black-clothed youth had some ability. He wasn't as useless as Gu Fei had imagined. Although Gu Fei's punch was extremely powerful, it wasn't enough to kill him. Gu Fei's previous punch had been incredible. He had used the Ascension Secret Technique, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, and the Extreme Breaker Fist. Even Yin Wu had not been able to block the combined might of these two powers. Originally, Gu Fei was very confident in the punch he had just thrown. It was a punch he had thrown with all his strength. He had thought that he would be able to destroy this fellow's body and soul with a single punch. Who would have thought that this fellow would still be able to use the chaotic energy to reform his incarnation? Moreover, his battle prowess seemed to be even greater than before. The chaos giant threw a punch at Gu Fei. It was like a chaos divine mountain was smashing down on Gu Fei. Terrifying energy waves spread out, and the surrounding chaotic energy was dispersed. Bam! Gu Fei extended his right hand and blocked the chaos giant fist that was smashing down. At this moment, he was still in the state of the Ascension Secret Technique. Right now, his battle prowess was so strong that he could definitely beat up a superior level Infinite Prime. The black-clothed youth was shocked that Gu Fei blocked the chaos giant fist with a single hand. What kind of mystique is that? The black-clothed youth who had transformed into a chaos giant said angrily. In the eyes of the black-clothed youth, Gu Fei's battle prowess had suddenly soared to the point where he could kill him with a single punch. This was practically a miracle. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Gu Fei smiled. "What?" The black-clothed youth was stunned. In the instant that the black-clothed youth was distracted, Gu Fei's palm that was pressing on the chaos giant fist shook violently. Cracks immediately appeared on the chaos giant's fist. The cracks started from the chaos giant's fist and spread to the arm. In the next moment, the entire right arm of the chaos giant collapsed. The black-clothed youth who had transformed into a chaos giant staggered backward. Gu Fei's strength was simply too strong. It could be said to be absolute power. Although the black-clothed youth was also very strong, he could not compete with this power. "Acknowledge me as your master and be my disciple. I will teach you this mystique." How about it? Gu Fei said. What did you say? You want to accept me as your disciple? The black-clothed youth said in disbelief. This guy actually wanted to accept him as a disciple. This guy doesn't even know who he is talking to. I'm an expert who can summon the wind and summon the rain in the infinite realm. This guy actually wants me to acknowledge him as my master? It's your honor to be my disciple, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Honor your head. The black-robed young man's shattered right arm was rapidly recovering. At the same time, he made a hand seal with his left hand, causing countless bolts of chaotic lightning to burst out from his left hand and crazily blast towards Gu Fei. Every streak of chaotic lightning seemed to be able to shatter everything. However, those terrifying chaotic lightning bolts disappeared the moment they reached a foot away from Gu Fei. The terrifying chaotic energy was directly devoured by Gu Fei. The black-clothed youth who had transformed into a chaos giant could not help but be shocked. There was actually such a powerful existence in the lower realm. What would happen if this guy entered the infinite realm? Although the infinite realm was a supreme realm, there would be grudges wherever there were people. There would be fights wherever there were people. There would be bloody underworld wherever there were people. In fact, the infinite realm was just an incomparably huge underworld. The infinite realm also had its own sphere of influence. Although the black-clothed youth's main body was powerful, he was not invincible in the infinite realm. There were still many powerful creatures that could contend against the black-clothed youth's main body. He did not want another guy that could contend against him. All right then. The black-clothed youth who had transformed into a chaos giant suddenly made a decision. Stop. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to make a move, the black-clothed youth who had transformed into a chaos giant suddenly said, Why are you admitting defeat? Gu Fei looked at the chaos giant in front of him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Actually, we can become friends. The black-clothed youth's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Is that so? Since we can become friends, then tell me who you are and where you come from. Gu Fei really wanted to know who this guy was. Chapter 5586. The mysterious youth in black had no choice but to admit defeat. Gu Fei's fighting power had suddenly increased to a level that he could not contend with. This shocked him. Actually, this mysterious youth also had a secret technique that could instantly increase his fighting power. However, he had to pay a huge price to use this secret technique. Therefore, he would not use this secret technique unless he had no other choice. However, the black-clothed young man found it hard to believe that Gu Fei had also mastered such a secret skill. Furthermore, the secret skill that Gu Fei had mastered was even more powerful. Tell me, who are you? How did you come to the Void Realm? Gu Fei was really curious. No one knew better than him how strong the walls of the everlasting realm were. With his current level of cultivation, even if he risked his life, he would not be able to break the walls of the everlasting realm. Even if all the infinite primes in the Void Realm were to attack together, Gu Fei felt that it would be a little difficult. At most, he only had a 30% chance of breaking through the barrier of the infinite realm. However, this youth in black could leave the everlasting realm and come to the Void Realm. This meant that he definitely knew how to enter and leave the everlasting realm freely. This would save them a lot of trouble. Me? I am the Southern Extreme Emperor of the everlasting realm. The youth in black said proudly. Extreme Emperor of the everlasting realm? Gu Fei was shocked. This guy's background was not simple. In the everlasting realm, this guy was an extreme emperor. He did not know what an extreme emperor represented, but he knew from the name that he was not someone to be trifled with. He's the extreme emperor? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was shocked by the youth's words. His original body also came from the everlasting realm, so he naturally knew what an extreme emperor represented. Extreme Emperor was a title. In the everlasting realm, this title represented invincibility. The clone of the Extreme Emperor. No wonder his clone is so strong. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone's voice was trembling. He was not so excited that his voice was trembling. He was so scared that his voice was trembling. Extreme Emperor was an extremely ancient existence. He was one of the 5 giants of the everlasting realm. The 5 giants had existed since ancient times, and no one had ever been able to replace them. In other words, The entire limitless realm was under the rule of the five giants. Countless years had passed, and no one had been able to change this situation. If nothing unexpected happened, the current limitless realm should still be in the era of the five giants. They hadn't even entered the limitless realm, yet they had already offended one of the powerhouses. How could they continue to mingle in the limitless realm? I don't care if you're the extreme emperor or whatever. I just want to know how you got into the void realm. Gu Fei said impatiently, if I tell you the way to enter and exit the limitless realm, will we become friends? As the black-clothed youngster spoke, his huge, chaotic body began to shrink rapidly. Soon, a black-clothed youngster appeared in front of Gu Fei. At this moment, the black-robed youth finally recovered. Of course, in this world, there are only two types of people. One is a friend, and the other is an enemy. Gu Fei said indifferently, all right, I came to this world through the teleportation platform. The black-robed youth said with a sigh. He did not hide anything. Where's the teleportation formation? Gu Fei asked anxiously. Yin Wu and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones also perked up their ears. Above the nine heavens. The black-robed youth did not hesitate. Actually, I know what you want to do. Unfortunately, I can't. The black-robed youth suddenly shook his head. Can't? Why not? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. That's right, why not? Yin Wu and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones also wanted to know the reason. Because right now, one can only leave the limitless realm, but not enter. The black-robed youth said helplessly. What? Gu Fei and Yin Wu were dumbfounded. One could only leave the limitless realm, but not enter? What was going on? There's no helping it. This is reality. This is also the reason why I could only descend into this world with my clones. The black-robed youth shrugged helplessly. Why can one only leave and not enter? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. Because there's a problem with the limitless realm. The black-robed youth sighed. There's a problem with the limitless realm? Gu Fei, Yin Wu, and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones were all shocked. The limitless realm was the highest level world that they knew of. Even the limitless realm had a problem? How is this possible? How could there be a problem with such a high-level world? You guys want to enter, but we want to come out. The black-robed youth said gloomily. That's a world without death. Who doesn't want to enter? Gu Fei muttered to himself. There's no death there, but it's also relative. I can get rid of the undying life forms in the limitless realm. Moreover, at your level of cultivation, you're already undying and indestructible. So why would you need to enter the limitless realm? The black-robed youth said calmly. Gu Fei and the others were speechless. It wasn't that they didn't know this logic. However, the limitless realm was a truly boundless world. What's wrong with the limitless realm? Gu Fei asked. Yin Wu and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones also wanted to know. I'm sorry, I don't know either. The black-robed youth shook his head. Even you don't know? How is that possible? You're one of the 5 heavyweights of the limitless realm. What do you not know? Sacred Master Void Sky's clone exclaimed. 5 heavyweights? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. The 5 heavyweights of the limitless realm were very influential existences. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone's words seemed to contain a lot of information. That's right, this fellow also came from the Void Realm. Gu Fei thought of the origins of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Of course, Sacred Master Void Sky and Sacred Master Primal Chaos didn't leave the limitless realm willingly. They were just unlucky fellows. The Limitless Snow Demon, Limitless Sword Master, and Limitless Demon Master were the same. They didn't want to leave the limitless realm. This was because the limitless realm was their stage, and the void realm was simply too small. It was so small that they couldn't even fight properly. Although the laws of heaven and earth in the void realm were very strong, if Sacred Master Void Sky and the others were to fight here, the damage they would cause would directly affect the entire void realm. They were all serpents that wanted to return to the limitless realm even in their dreams. What's so strange about that? I'm not omnipotent. The black-robed youth said disapprovingly. That's true. If you were omnipotent, you wouldn't have just sent a clone into the void realm, right? Gu Fei sighed. Could it be that this guy called No Beginning was trying to trick him? Chapter 5587. The youth in black was the clone of the Limitless Emperor, one of the 5 giants of the Limitless Realm. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone came from the Limitless Realm and naturally knew a lot about the Limitless Realm. The Limitless Emperor was one of the old antiques of the Limitless Realm. The 5 giants of the Limitless Realm had always been in charge of the 5 directions. No one had ever challenged their position. It could be said that the 5 giants of the Limitless Realm were undefeatable existences in the Limitless Realm. The consequences of offending the Limitless Emperor were very serious. However, Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone. So what if it was the Limitless Emperor? So what if it was the 5 giants of the Limitless Realm? He hadn't even entered the Limitless Realm yet. Would the Limitless Emperor's real body come from the Limitless Realm to get even with him? Friend or foe? It all depends on you. Limitless Extreme Emperor's avatar looked at Gu Fei and said calmly, "That's right. You want to stall me and find a chance to kill me, right?" Gu Fei suddenly stared at the Limitless Extreme Monarch's clone with a cold gaze. "You have quite a wild imagination." The youth in black smiled. Gu Fei smiled. "It's not that I have a wild imagination, it's the truth. You are the Limitless Emperor and have an unparalleled status in the Limitless Realm. If your clone loses to me, what will you do?" Yin Wu's and Sacred Lord Void Sky's expressions became solemn after hearing Gu Fei's words. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone knew very well what kind of person the Limitless Emperor was. He was one of the strongest people in the Limitless Realm. Anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. At this moment, the youth's smile froze on his face. "What are you trying to say?" The Limitless Emperor's clone stared at Gu Fei and asked in a deep voice, "What am I trying to say? Why don't you guess?" After saying that, Gu Fei disappeared from where he stood. What? The Limitless Emperor's clone was shocked. He couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence at all. Gu Fei just disappeared right in front of his eyes. How is this possible? The beginning Extreme Emperor's clone was extremely shocked. He realized that he had severely underestimated this little fella called Gu Fei. How could someone from the lower realm be this powerful? The beginning Extreme Emperor seriously suspected that Gu Fei was an ancient being from the Limitless Realm who had come to the lower realm to hide. Only those existences could possess such an incredible mystique. Boom! A fist appeared out of nowhere and landed on the back of the Ultimate Emperor's clone. There was no sign of this fist appearing at all. Even Limitless Emperor's clone couldn't sense that Gu Fei would suddenly attack him from behind. Ascending to the heavens and breaking extremity, Gu Fei's battle prowess had already surpassed his limits. His instantaneous explosive power was absolutely terrifying to an unimaginable level. Before the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor could react, his entire body exploded and turned into dust. He was blown up by Gu Fei's punch again. Yin Wu and Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnations were stunned when they saw this. The battle prowess that Gu Fei displayed was too terrifying. They finally realized how powerful Gu Fei was when he used his full strength. Roar! A crazy roar sounded. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor used the chaotic energy to reform his chaotic body again. A chaotic giant appeared in the chaos. The chaos giant breathed in and out chaotic aura. As it opened and closed its eyes, streaks of chaotic lightning shot out from its pupils. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Gu Fei's punch was still unable to kill the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor. Ridiculous. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If my real body was here, I would be able to kill you with one finger. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor roared. Really? Then tell your real body to come from the Limitless Realm. I will wait for him here. Gu Fei's immortal will appeared in the sky. What a coward. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor was furious. He still couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence. He couldn't lock onto Gu Fei's position. Bam! Another thud was heard. Then, the chaotic giant was blown up by Gu Fei's punch again. It was just one punch. No matter what kind of body the clone of the beginning Extreme the Arch formed, it would not be able to withstand Gu Fei's powerful punch. Therefore, the clone of the beginning Extreme the Arch could only be beaten up. Then, Gu Fei turned on the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor was blown up again and again by the elusive Gu Fei. Time and time again, the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor wanted to die. Even though it was just an incarnation, incarnations still had their own dignity. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor represented the beginning Extreme Emperor. An existence like the beginning Extreme Emperor couldn't do everything himself. Therefore, the clone represented the real body of the beginning Extreme Emperor and killed anyone who didn't agree with it. This incarnation of the beginning Extreme the Arch was an unparalleled existence in the beginning Extreme Thearchus territory. Wherever it went, billions of creatures trembled in fear. He was the supreme ruler that controlled the life and death of countless living beings. But now, he was being beaten up by a bug from the lower realm. This made the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor extremely angry. However, no matter how furious and frenzied this fellow was, he was unable to do anything to Gu Fei. Gu Fei continued to throw out a punch. That punch directly destroyed this fellow's body that had just been reassembled. How can this guy still reform? Even Yin Wu couldn't believe her eyes. This incarnation of the limitless Extreme Emperor was a little too strong. His aura is starting to weaken. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone stared at the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor and said solemnly, "Oh, it's true." Yin Wu also sensed that the clone's aura was weakening. However, the clone's aura was very weak, so she didn't notice it before. Now that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone mentioned it, she immediately realized what was happening. This meant that the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor wasn't truly unkillable. Gu Fei's attack wasn't completely useless. Gu Fei's attack had still weakened the clone's strength. Gu Fei was really patient. In order to kill the clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor, he continuously punched out. In the end, he couldn't even remember how many punches he had thrown out. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor also didn't know how many times Gu Fei had destroyed it. You chaos. The clone of the beginning Extreme Emperor couldn't take it anymore and turned to escape. However, how could Gu Fei let him go? If he let this guy escape, there would be no end to his troubles. Moreover, could this guy escape just because he wanted to? Gu Fei had the fastest movement technique in the world. Bam! The beginning Extreme Emperor's clone had only managed to escape for a few miles before Gu Fei caught up to him. Gu Fei punched him again and blew him up. Chapter 55-88. In the Void Realm, the huge black hole didn't disappear for a long time. This made all the powerful living beings in the Void Realm and South Barbarian anxious. The black hole in the sky was formed by the shattering of the void. Behind the black hole was chaos. In other words, the Void Realm couldn't repair the black hole in the sky. Nobody knew if the black hole would continue to exist, if it would grow bigger, or if it would cause serious consequences. Inside the black hole, in the chaos, Gu Fei was using the secret technique of ascension and the limit breaker technique to beat up the clone of one of the 5 overlords of the Infinity Realm. With the help of Gu Fei's secret technique of ascension and the limit breaker technique, the clone of one of the 5 overlords of the Infinity Realm couldn't even fight back against Gu Fei's fist. Bang! The clone of the Infinity Emperor, who wanted to escape, was smashed by Gu Fei's fist again. This time, he turned into countless rays of divine light that shot out in all directions. Haha, you dare to play this trick in front of me? Gu Fei laughed. In the next moment, a purple-gold divine light appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye had appeared between his eyebrows. A powerful wave of spiritual energy spread from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. This is, when Yin Wu and Holy Master Void Sky's clones saw this scene from afar, their hearts jolted. Was Gu Fei using another divine ability that they had never seen before? The void shook. The divine light between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly exploded with a dazzling divine light. Countless divine lights shot out from between his eyebrows and pierced through the divine light of the Infinity Emperor's clone. Primordial Spirit Daoization Sword. Slash. Gu Fei roared furiously. Countless sword lights formed by the power of his spirit caught up to the divine light formed by the Primordial Emperor's avatar. Moreover, every sword light accurately struck the divine light formed by the avatar. The clone of the Infinity Emperor couldn't escape at all. This was because the difference in their combat power was too great. Don't go too far. The beginning Extreme Monarch's incarnation once again reformed itself within the primordial chaos. However, the aura of the beginning Extreme Emperor's clone was much weaker this time. Yinwu and Sacred Master Void Sky's avatars were shocked when they sensed the changes in Emperor Limitless avatar. The secret technique that Gu Fei used just now had heavily injured this guy. TSK, I am indeed bullying you. What can you do to me? Gu Fei didn't care at all. At this time, the divine light on Gu Fei's forehead lit up again. You forced me to do this. The Limitless Emperor's clone had a ferocious look on his face. He glared at Gu Fei, and his yuan qi started to surge. The eyes of the black-robed ultimate monarch turned blood red. Two terrifying rays of blood-red light shot out of his eyes. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn when he sensed the change in this guy. It was obvious that this guy was desperate and was finally going to use some kind of secret technique. Take advantage of the fact that his power hasn't reached its peak. Hurry up and attack. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone shouted at Gu Fei anxiously. That's right. What are you waiting for? Yinwu also said. She and Gu Fei shared a life and death relationship. If Gu Fei was killed by this Limitless Emperor's clone, she would die with him. Haha, what are you afraid of? I want to step on this guy when he's at his strongest. Gu Fei raised his head and laughed, but he did not make a move. Yinwu and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone were speechless. The best time to attack was when the Limitless Emperor's clone's power was still increasing. However, Gu Fei didn't plan on doing that. Gu Fei was going to wait until the Limitless Emperor's clone's power reached its peak before attacking. He had this kind of confidence. Boom. Very soon, a muffled sound was heard from the primordial Emperor's clone. The chaotic energy around him rapidly gathered towards him and was completely absorbed by him, turning into his power. Streams of chaotic energy circled around his body and a shocking pressure spread from his body. You can control chaotic energy directly? Gu Fei was surprised. If he could control chaotic energy in the chaos, then his opponent's power would be limitless here. I also have a secret technique that can increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. The Limitless Emperor's clone said coldly. At this moment, the primordial Extreme Emperor's clone's yuan qi undulations were much stronger than ever before. The Limitless Emperor's clone finally unleashed his full power without holding anything back. Is that so? Let's see whose fist is harder. Gu Fei didn't waste any time. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void again. It's this move again. The Limitless Emperor's clone was sweating profusely. His combat strength had reached its peak, but he still couldn't sense Gu Fei's presence. This really scared him. One had to know that his spiritual force had become very strong, but even so, it was still useless. Therefore, even if he used his secretary and unleashed all his potential, he still couldn't escape from being tortured by Gu Fei. Then, without any suspense, the Limitless Emperor's clone was destroyed by Gu Fei with one punch. Then, he was tortured again and again. The Limitless Emperor's clone started to doubt his life. Gu Fei, you are so evil. Yinwu shook her head helplessly. Sacred Leader Su Tian's clone, on the other hand, was shocked by this. He came from the Limitless Realm and naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the Limitless Emperor was. He was one of the 5 giants of the Limitless Realm. The territories of the 5 giants of the Limitless Realm had never changed over the years. No one had ever been able to challenge their position. Even though it was only a clone of the Limitless Emperor this time, even Sacred Leader Su Tian's clone was like an ant in front of the Limitless Emperor. Plus, if the Limitless Emperor's clone hadn't met Gu Fei, he would have been undefeatable in the Void Realm. Unfortunately, he had met Gu Fei. I'm going to die with you. The Limitless Emperor's clone was really at his wit's end this time. After he reformed his clone, he pounced towards Gu Fei, and his entire body started to burn. He was self-destructing, and he didn't mind dragging Gu Fei down with him. I'm going to faint. Seeing this, Yinwu and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clones immediately retreated as far as they could. If the Limitless Emperor's clone self-destructed, it would be extremely terrifying. If they were too close, they would be affected. Why? Chapter 5589. Amidst the chaos, the clone of the limitless Great Emperor wanted to self-destruct along with Gu Fei. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't go crazy with him. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void, leaving no trace behind. You can't escape this time. The beginning Extreme Emperor's clone roared in anger. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. A terrifying destructive force spread out and engulfed the area for an unknown distance. Even with Gu Fei's speed, it was impossible for him to escape from this sudden explosion. Sure enough, Gu Fei's figure was jolted out of the void. Haha, you idiot. Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, a powerful devouring force exploded from his body and devoured the destructive force from the clone of the limitless Great Emperor. Even sacred leader Su Tian couldn't kill Gu Fei, let alone the clone of the limitless Great Emperor. Moreover, Gu Fei's martial body was so powerful that the clone of the limitless Great Emperor couldn't understand it. This guy is really stupid. Yanwu shook her head helplessly. Gu Fei was still as bad as ever. The clone of the limitless Great Emperor was killed by Gu Fei. How could this be? The clone of the limitless Great Emperor went crazy. Was this guy pretending to be weak all along? However, it was too late. He couldn't turn back now. Self-destruction was the ultimate technique. It wasn't something that could be stopped easily. Haha, thank you. I'll take this gift. If I have the chance to enter the limitless realm, I'll play with your real body and thank you in person. Gu Fei laughed. You bastard. Even if the clone of the limitless Great Emperor didn't die, he would be angered to death. Come here. At this moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and sucked the clone of the limitless Great Emperor over and devoured it. In the next moment, countless pieces of information appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Naturally, there was a lot of information regarding the unbounded realm. He also knew the secrets of the limitless Emperor. This time, the incarnation of the Supreme the Arch of Beginning had really given Gu Fei a huge gift. The limitless realm is only Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh after reading the memories of the Infinity Emperor's incarnation. The limitless realm was the highest realm. The living beings here were immortal. That's right, the living beings that were born here had an endless lifespan. There was no such thing as dying of old age here. This was an immortal world. However, this was only relative. There were also conflicts and grudges in the limitless realm. There were also people who fought over various treasures. Then, the weaker ones would be beaten to death by the stronger ones. This was a very real problem. No one could always hide and not come out, never come into contact with others, and no one could always live alone. Moreover, the 5 giants of the limitless realm were constantly fighting with each other. The 5 factions were constantly clashing with each other, and the small fights between the 5 giants had never stopped. If a large-scale war broke out between the 5 great forces, more people would die. Most importantly, it wasn't easy for the living beings in the limitless realm to reproduce. However, the limitless realm was the stage for the infinite primes. This was also why Sacred Lord Su Tian and the others wanted to return to the limitless realm so much. The limitless realm was the stage where they could perform to their heart's content. I didn't think that the infinite primes would be divided into another realm. If I enter the limitless realm, I'll probably only be at the peak of the extreme human realm. Gu Fei was speechless. So the infinite primes could be divided into the extreme human realm, extreme earth realm, extreme heaven realm, extreme holy realm, extreme emperor realm, and ultimate realm. Living beings in the limitless realm could only enter and exit the limitless realm when they cultivated to the extreme heaven realm. However, over the years, it was extremely rare to find a living being that could cultivate to the extreme heavenly stage, and the extreme heavenly stage only existed in legends. The ultimate realm was a legend in the limitless realm. After reading the memories of the limitless emperor's incarnation, Gu Fei knew that he wasn't lying. The limitless realm could only be entered and not exited. Unless the limitless emperor's original body acted, no one could enter and exit the limitless realm freely. Gu Fei's plan to enter the limitless realm through the teleportation array in the 9 heavens fell through. There was no other way. It seemed like he had to use the simplest method to enter the limitless realm. However, no one knew if he would succeed. However, there seems to be a way to enter the limitless realm. Gu Fei suddenly found a way to enter the limitless realm through the memories of the limitless Emperor's incarnation. I can give it a try. Gu Fei's eyes lit up as he devoured the destructive energy around him. He sat cross-legged in the air and focused on devouring the unimaginably powerful energy that was released by the limitless Emperor's incarnation's self-destruction. This energy was stronger and purer than he had imagined. After devouring for several hours, he had only devoured less than 1/10 of it. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to completely devour and refine this energy in a short period of time. At this moment, the eyes of Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation were extremely red. However, he didn't dare to have any ideas about this energy. He didn't want to be tortured by Gu Fei again. Yanwu wasn't interested in this energy at all. She and Gu Fei shared a life-and-death relationship. If one of them died, the other would die with them. The stronger Gu Fei became, the better it was for her. There was no such thing as time in the primordial chaos. Yanwu and Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation could only estimate the time. After an unknown period of time, the unimaginably powerful energy that was released by the limitless Emperor's incarnation was finally completely devoured by Gu Fei. What a pity! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he had devoured such a powerful energy, his cultivation was still at the extreme mortal realm. Apart from the limitless realm, no other world could give birth to an existence that was above the extreme mortal realm. Just when Yanwu and Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation thought that Gu Fei was going to return, Gu Fei activated the primal chaos energy. Countless strands of primal chaos energy frantically gathered towards him. A chaotic figure appeared in the air in front of Gu Fei. What is he doing? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation exclaimed. He could sense the powerful aura from the chaotic figure in front of Gu Fei. What else can he be doing? He's refining an incarnation. Yanwu said casually. Refining an incarnation? Chapter 5590. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the middle of the chaos and used the power of chaos to cultivate his clone. Endless chaotic chi gathered from all directions and condensed in front of him. A mass of chaotic divine light immediately appeared. Within the chaotic divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. Yanwu and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone watched from the side. Gu Fei's incarnation cultivation mystique was actually a mystique that he had obtained from the incarnation of the beginning extreme Dharch. Using chaotic energy to condense an incarnation, this mystique was quite impressive. This was because the clone that was created with this technique was the connate chaotic Taoist body. The clone that Gu Fei had killed was the connate chaotic Taoist body. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this clone. However, the limitless Emperor had never expected that his clone would be killed by a little fellow from the lower domain. In the limitless Emperor's eyes, his clone of the connate chaotic Taoist body was invincible in the lower domain. Even the Emperor and Moing were no match for this clone. The Emperor and Moing were the true rulers of the Void Realm. The Void Sky Sacred Master's incarnation and the Limitless Demon Masters group were just kids in the eyes of the Emperor and Moing. Now that the Limitless Emperor's clone had been killed by Gu Fei and he knew everything about the Imperial Gathering Pavilion, Gu Fei was the true ruler of the Void Realm. Actually, Gu Fei was a little surprised after reading the memories of the Limitless Emperor's clone. He didn't expect the Limitless Emperor to have been planning to enter the Void Realm for so many years. He also didn't expect such a powerful force to be hidden in the Void Realm. What was more terrifying was that this force had always been hidden in the Void Realm. It was impossible to guard against it, and it controlled the entire Void Realm from the shadows. Even the clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky, the Limitless Demon Lord, and the others had been used by them without knowing it. Just as Gu Fei was cultivating his clone, the black hole in the sky above Nanman started to shrink. The power of the Void Realm was repairing the black hole. I can't sense Master's aura anymore. At the summit of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion in the southern barbaric Imperial City, the Emperor spoke in terror. What's going on? Moing was also inexplicably shocked. She also couldn't sense her master's aura. This was definitely not a good thing for them. Yes, Gu Fei's aura has also disappeared. Moing suddenly said. Who won this battle? The Emperor and Demo Ing were very anxious because the battle between Gu Fei and their master was too important. The outcome of this battle would directly determine the fate of the entire Void Realm. The infinite primes waiting in the imperial palace of the southern barbaric capital were all shocked as well. They were extremely anxious, as they wanted to know the outcome of the battle very much. However, the black hole above southern wilderness was gradually shrinking, and there was no longer any aura coming out of the black hole. Did the two of them perish together? Someone said. However, only the limitless demon lord knew that not only did Gu Fei not die, but he also benefited from the disaster. He killed the limitless demon lord's clone and devoured the power of the clone. Because Gu Fei planted a forbidden technique on the limitless demon lord and the others. Once Gu Fei died, the limitless demon lord and the others would be buried with him. The holy master of chaotic heaven, the limitless sword lord, the limitless demon lord, the limitless fire spirit, the limitless snow demon, and the ancestor of all demons. These infinite primes were still waiting for Gu Fei obediently. Go and capture those two guys from the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. Just as the infinite primes in the Imperial Palace didn't know what to do, Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang in their minds. Yes, Master. The Holy Master of Chaotic Heaven and the others immediately accepted the order. The next moment, the Holy Master of Chaotic Heaven and the others disappeared from the Imperial Palace. At this time, the southern barbarian Imperial City was sunny. A divine sun hung in the sky, sprinkling down brilliant sunlight. The Imperial Gathering Pavilion was located on the eastern street of the southern barbarian Imperial City. This was the most prosperous area in the entire southern barbarian Imperial City. Countless cultivators visited here every day. However, soon, the entire eastern street gradually became empty. What's going on? The Emperor and Mo Ing, who were at the top of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion, immediately sensed the situation around the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. They immediately knew that something was going to happen. Swoosh! Several figures descended from the sky and landed on the roofs around the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. These figures all exuded an obscure but extremely powerful aura. Why did these guys suddenly surround the Imperial Gathering Pavilion? The Emperor and Mo Ing were inexplicably shocked. The Imperial Gathering Pavilion was in chaos. The Imperial Gathering Pavilion Master and the others were incomparably terrified. The Imperial Gathering Pavilion only had the Emperor and Mo Ing, the two giants. The Imperial Gathering Pavilion Master and the others were just slaves under their command. If they died, they died. The Imperial Gathering Pavilion Master and the others naturally didn't want to die. However, their lives weren't in their own hands. Swoosh! A figure rushed into the sky and directly rushed to the top of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. This person was the Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven. Sure enough, there are two scoundrels hiding here. The Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven directly locked onto the Emperor and Mo Ing. You said I'm a scoundrel? The Emperor was instantly enraged when he heard this. TSK, you don't dare to appear openly and hide. If you aren't a scoundrel, then what are you? The Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven sneered. You're courting death. The Emperor attacked angrily. He pointed a finger and a divine light directly pierced towards the Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven. The speed was extremely fast. A powerful aura of the infinite realm erupted from his body and spread out with the southern barbarian Imperial City as the center. Hundreds of millions of creatures were terrified. The Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven also pointed a finger. Bang! The two finger lights instantly collided with each other and exploded with a muffled sound. The void between the two of them was shaking. Spatial ripples spread out from the void between the two of them. You dare to cause trouble for me? Who gave you the courage? The Emperor made his move, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. What? The Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Bang! The Emperor suddenly appeared behind the Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven and punched him in the back. The Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven was directly sent flying by the Emperor's punch. You despicable and shameless guy. The Divine Lord of Chaotic Heaven only felt that the blood in his body was boiling. A mouthful of blood had already rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. He was inexplicably shocked. This guy was actually so powerful that he injured him in one move. An ant is an ant. How can you compete with the bright moon in the sky? The emperor sneered. The divine lord of chaotic heaven was furious. If you are the bright moon in the sky, then what is my master? Chapter 5591. The Emperor Gathering Pavilion, a superforce hidden in the Void Realm, was finally exposed to the world. At this time, the major forces of southern China realized that there was such a powerful and terrifying force hidden under their noses. The Emperor Gathering Pavilion gave people the impression that it was just a restaurant. At best, it was a high-class restaurant, a restaurant that people would be embarrassed to enter without a few top-grade immortal crystals in their pockets. However, no one would have thought that there were two infinite primes behind the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. An infinite prime. In the Void Realm, an infinite prime was an invincible existence. Even the sorcerer tribe of southern China did not have any infinite primes. The strongest among the sorcerer tribe, the Shaman Emperor, was only at the Transcendent Emperor realm. Moreover, it was unknown whether the Shaman Emperor had broken through to the Transcendent Emperor realm. For thousands of years, the Shaman Emperor had been in seclusion. For thousands of years, no one knew where the Shaman Emperor was, and the Shaman Emperor had never appeared. There were even rumors that the Shaman Emperor of the Sorcerer tribe had already gone mad and died. There were two infinite primes behind the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. The power of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was many times stronger than that of the Sorcerer tribe. However, it was difficult to understand why such a powerful force was so low-key. At this time, several powerful figures suddenly appeared in the void around the Emperor Gathering Pavilion and directly sealed the entire Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Everyone in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was terrified to the extreme. What happened? I can't sense the aura outside. Everyone in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion, including their pavilion master, Goddess Yinling, the undying demon child, and other elders, could not escape in time. In fact, it had happened so suddenly that they could not escape even if they wanted to. It should be known that the people who attacked were all infinite primes. Even the Emperor and Mo could not escape, let alone the Pavilion Master and the others. This is bad. The Pavilion Master seemed to have guessed what had happened. This was not good for them. It seemed that they were going to be in big trouble. At this time, at the top of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion, a life and death duel was taking place in the arena. On the huge dueling platform, two figures were moving at high speed. Powerful energy fluctuations surged out from the dueling platform, and sinister cracks appeared on the entire dueling platform. The dueling platform looked as if it could collapse at any time. Huntion, can you do it or not? If you can't, let someone else do it. In the void outside the dueling platform, a figure shrouded in flames shouted, "What did you say? How dare you say I can't?" Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was enraged when he heard this. Bam! There was a muffled sound as the Emperor's fist landed on Holy Lord of Chaotic Heaven's left shoulder again. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the light barrier around the arena before bouncing back and falling to the ground. Divine Lord Chaotic Heaven knelt on one knee as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. Holy Master Chaotic Heaven's entire left arm drooped down powerlessly. His bones were shattered, and a fist imprint had sunk into his body. Even though the Emperor was only in the mid-level of the Peerless Realm, he was still from the Peerless Realm. He was a follower of the Peerless Emperor, one of the 5 great leaders of the Peerless Realm. His battle power was even stronger than Sacred Lord Chaotic Heavens. Although the Chaotic Heavens Sacred Leader was also from the Unbounded Realm, his faction was nothing compared to the Unbounded Extreme Arch. In the Unbounded Realm, inheritance was extremely important. Even though the Emperor wasn't the Unbounded Extreme Thearch's disciple, he had received pointers from the Unbounded Extreme Arch. In this aspect alone, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven couldn't compare to the Emperor. Damn it! Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven slowly stood up from the ground and glared at the Emperor. You guys don't know who you're up against. The Emperor sneered disdainfully. Do you think you're so strong? Don't joke around. Your master is finished. Are you guys stronger than your master? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven said coldly. What did you say? When the Emperor heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. His master had actually lost the battle against Gu Fei? How was that possible? Emoing was shocked. In their eyes, their master was an invincible existence. I said you're finished. Surrender obediently, and you can live. Otherwise, you'll have to take your lunchboxes. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven said proudly. The Emperor was still high and mighty, looking down on the common people. This made Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven very unhappy. Divine Master Chaotic Heaven and the others had already received information about Gu Fei and knew the truth about the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. They also knew about the existence of Emperor and Mo Ying. The Emperor and Mo Ying's masters had been killed by Gu Fei. If Gu Fei were to take action, they wouldn't be his match at all. You actually want us to surrender? The Emperor was shocked and angry. He knew very well that even their master wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If they wanted to live, they really had to surrender to Gu Fei. He was an infinite prime after all and had his pride. If he surrendered to these guys, where would he put his face? What? Do you really want to die? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven said disdainfully. All right, I surrender. You should have said so earlier. The Emperor, who was just filled with righteous indignation, suddenly said something that made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Your Majesty, what are you trying to do? Surrender and admit that you're number one. Mo Ying sneered outside the dueling ring. Since you're so capable, don't surrender. Don't make me look down on you. The Emperor said to Mo Ying in a serious manner. At this time, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was a little dumbfounded when he saw the Emperor admit defeat. At this time, Gu Fei's subordinates directly stared at Mo Ying. Since the Emperor had already admitted defeat, no one was afraid that he would cause trouble. If so many people couldn't deal with this guy, then they would really be trash. Now, there was only Mo Ying left. Mo Ying was mysterious. The infinite primes in the Void Realm never knew that there was such a person in the Void Realm. Only today did the infinite primes know of Mo Ying's existence. Mo Ying's cultivation was even higher than the Emperor's. She was the same as Gu Fei. She also had the cultivation of an infinite prime. At this time, the infinite fire spirit, the infinite demon master, the infinite sword master, the infinite snow monster, and the infinite monster ancestor appeared around Mo Ying at the same time. The 5 infinite primes locked onto Mo Ying at the same time. Mo Ying's entire body was covered in a black robe. Even her eyes couldn't be seen. No one knew what Mo Ying's expression was. Mo Ying didn't release any powerful pressure. She just stood in the void quietly. Even though she was surrounded by the 5 infinite primes, she seemed to be calm as usual. Now it's my turn to watch the show. Chapter 5592. The Emperor admitted defeat and surrendered. If he didn't surrender, he would have to fight to the death with Gu Fei. However, he would be the unlucky one in the end. He wasn't a match for Gu Fei. Therefore, even if the Emperor could defeat Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven, he wouldn't do anything. Defeating Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven was nothing. He was still not strong enough in front of Gu Fei. Just a bunch of trash. Mo Ying said indifferently. Her tone was full of disdain. She had the cultivation of the unbounded realm. In the unbounded realm, she was at the Great Perfection realm. In the Void realm, an existence at the Great Perfection realm was truly invincible. Even the Emperor wasn't a match for Mo Ying. This was also why Mo Ying had never been discovered by Sacred Lord Void Sky and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. It was because her cultivation was higher than Sacred Lord Void Sky and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heavens. If she wanted to hide, how could Sacred Master Void Sky and Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven sense her presence? What did you say? The hot-tempered, unbounded Demon Lord was enraged. How dare she call us trash? Tisk, you're not deaf. Didn't you hear what I said? Mo Ying said coldly. What are you waiting for? Let's attack together. The unbounded Demon Lord said to the crowd. However, the unbounded Fire Spirit, the unbounded Sword Master, the ancestor of all demons, and the unbounded Snow Goblin didn't make a move because they felt an extremely dangerous aura from Mo Ying. The other party was in existence at the Great Perfection realm. Her cultivation was so strong that they couldn't catch up. Whoever made a move first would be unlucky. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Damn it! What's there to be afraid of? The limitless demon lord's viciousness came. He roared in anger and punched towards Emoing. Rumble! The void trembled as a huge demonic fist appeared in the void. It was like a demonic mountain as it rushed towards Emoing to obliterate her. In the face of the limitless demon master's furious attack, Emoing only stretched out her right hand and extended her index finger. She actually used her index finger to gently tap the demonic fist that was about to strike. The demonic fist, which was as huge as a mountain, suddenly stopped. The world fell silent in an instant. All the infinite primes who saw this were utterly shocked. This mysterious guy had actually used a single finger to block the limitless demon lord's furious strike? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? I called you trash, and you're still angry? Sigh. Emoing sighed. Her voice was very pleasant to hear, but in the limitless demon lord's ears, it made him tremble with fear. The limitless demon lord would never have thought that the other party would actually be this strong. Just as the limitless demon lord was about to retreat, the huge demonic fist that he had condensed suddenly exploded. A figure flashed through the demonic chi and appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. Before the limitless demon lord could finish his thought, he was punched in the face. This punch caused the limitless demon master to see stars dancing in front of his eyes, and he staggered backwards. F***CK. This is a slap in the face. Seeing this, the limitless fire spirit immediately retreated. The limitless sword master and the thousand demons' ancestor were also shocked. The limitless snow demon immediately took out the ice soul divine pearl, an infinite grade treasure, to protect himself. The ice soul divine pearl floated above the limitless snow demon's head. A terrifying power of ice descended from the ice soul divine pearl, enveloping the limitless snow demon. The moment the ice soul divine pearl appeared, the space around the limitless snow demon seemed to freeze. The vast power of ice emanating from the ice soul divine bead was simply too terrifying. This is... Emo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the divine pearl floating above the limitless snow demon's head. She did not expect there to be such a treasure in the void realm. Infinite grade treasures were actually very common in the limitless realm, but they were extremely rare in other worlds. Moreover, other than the limitless realm, other worlds could not nurture infinite grade treasures. This was because other worlds did not have the conditions to nurture infinite grade treasures. At this moment, Emoing extended her right hand and directly grabbed the divine pearl floating above the limitless snow demon's head. She wanted to take the divine pearl from the limitless snow demon's hands. Oomph! The limitless snow demon sneered. In the next moment, a hazy white air immediately spread from her body. Her figure disappeared into the white air. Emo Ying's right hand had just reached into the white mist when she immediately pulled it back. She directly retreated hundreds of meters away. Then, she lowered her head and saw that her right arm was covered in a layer of frost. A wave of cold air had invaded her body. Emoing could not help but frown. The limitless treasure of the way was quite powerful. She shook her right arm, and the layer of frost covering her arm was immediately shattered. The cold air that had invaded her arm was also forced out. At this moment, the other infinite primes had no choice but to take action. If they were to be defeated by this guy one by one, they would all be finished. Buzz! A sword hum shook the heavens. The limitless sword master had taken action. An extremely resplendent beam of light directly rushed out of the limitless sword master's body and directly shot towards Emoing. It was extremely fast. Emo Ying's figure moved quickly in the void, actually dodging the beam of light. Her movement technique was even faster than the limitless sword master's beam of light. Kill! The ancestor of all monsters took action. Immediately, demonic aura surged into the sky and countless figures appeared in the void. These figures charged towards Emoing from all directions. Emoing was not in a hurry to take action. Even when faced with the overwhelming attacks, she still walked in the void like she was taking a stroll in the park. However, to everyone's surprise, Emoing actually dodged all the attacks with great precision and ingenuity. How is this possible, Boom? At this moment, a ball of divine fire exploded in the void. The entire top of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was instantly enveloped by the divine fire. Countless inscriptions lit up and blocked the divine fire that had exploded. With that, Emoing had nowhere to hide. She was directly engulfed by the sea of fire. The limitless fire spirit took action. However, the limitless fire spirit's limitless divine fire could not do anything to Emoing. Emoing moved quickly in the sea of fire, fighting against the limitless sword master, the ancestor of all monsters, the snow monster, and the limitless demon lord. Emoing, you're really something. The emperor, who was watching from the side, could not help but give a thumbs up to Emoing, who was fighting against the limitless demon lord and the others in the sea of fire. The battle strength that Emoing displayed was really powerful. This was also the source of Emoing's confidence. The 5 infinite primes fought against Emoing together, but they were actually evenly matched. Just as Emoing displayed her might, another 2 figures descended from the sky and landed on the top of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Haha, you're dead. Chapter 55-93. A great battle between infinite primes broke out at the top of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Fortunately, the limitless demon lord and the others had worked together to seal the entire Emperor Gathering Pavilion beforehand. Otherwise, if these infinite primes fought at the top of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion, the entire southern man imperial city would suffer. The destructive power of the supreme existence of the infinite primes was too astonishing. Any one of the limitless demon lord and the others could easily erase the southern man imperial city from this world. However, even with that being the case, the powerful presence that erupted from the infinite prime still managed to pass through the seal and reach the outside world. Although it was only a sliver of the infinite prime's presence that reached the outside world, it was enough to make countless powerful beings in the imperial city utterly terrified. It's the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. What happened in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion? The eyes of all the powerhouses in the city were attracted by the powerful aura coming from the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. There was no way around it. The aura coming from the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was too powerful. All the powerhouses in the city were extremely curious. However, compared to curiosity, it seemed that escaping was more important. At this time, the southern man imperial city began to fall into chaos when the powerful aura that made people's souls tremble came out from the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Countless people rushed towards the 4 city gates because everyone felt that something big was going to happen. And it was something bad. If they didn't escape from the southern man imperial city now, they would probably have to live and die with the southern man imperial city. When the army of demons invaded, countless people rushed into the southern man imperial city, and now, the people in the city were rushing to escape from the southern man imperial city. For a time, the 4 city gates of the southern man imperial city were filled with people fleeing. The powerhouses in the city directly soared into the sky, wanting to escape through the air, but they all hit the defensive barrier of the southern man imperial city. The defensive barrier formed by the power of the southern man imperial city's defensive formation was transparent. People with insufficient cultivation couldn't sense the existence of the defensive barrier at all. Therefore, those who hit the defensive barrier of the southern man imperial city ended up in a miserable state. Bleeding on the head was a light punishment, but dying directly was too unjust. Senior sister, what should we do? In the main hall of the southern barbarian imperial palace, Long Xiaozhou looked at Xiaoya, who was sitting on the throne, and said, the current Xiaoya was different from before. She had successfully broken through to the emperor realm. She was finally qualified to sit on the throne in the middle of the hall. On the other hand, Long Xiaozhou was still a half-step supreme emperor, which made her a little depressed. Long Xiaozhou's grandfather, the old dragon emperor of the West Sea, was already at the transcendent emperor realm. If Long Xiaozhou's cultivation broke through to the transcendent emperor realm, she would be able to catch up to her grandfather. Grandfather and grandson, 2 transcendent emperors. That would definitely be a story to be told. With Master here, what are you worried about? The little girl said with a smile. Although it was a mess outside, she was still calm. Her subordinates, on the other hand, did not panic. They all knew that their master, Gu Fei, would not ignore their life and death. That's true, but outside, Long Xiaozhou wanted to say something but hesitated. How could Xiaoya not know what Long Xiaozhou wanted to say? Don't worry. Isn't this an opportunity for us? Xiaoya said confidently. Opportunity? This time, Long Xiaozhou really couldn't guess what opportunity Xiaoya was talking about. The forces in the city have all fled. Then, can't we directly take over their territories? Xiaoya said with a smile. Her gaze became incomparably deep. Long Xiaozhou didn't expect Xiaoya to have such an idea. This made her a little surprised because, in her opinion, the entire Southern Man Imperial City was their world. All the forces in the Southern Man Imperial City had already surrendered. Whoever didn't surrender would be destroyed by Xiaoya and the others. Therefore, if they didn't want to die, they had to surrender. If someone wanted to die, Xiaoya would definitely not stop them. Snatching in the open is unpopular in the end. But this time, they gave up their territory in the Southern Man Imperial City. If we take over, who dares to say anything? Xiaoya's expression became solemn. The forces in the Southern Man Imperial City were complicated. Who knew if these forces surrendered on the surface but were secretly dissatisfied? The best way was for Xiaoya and the others to monopolize the Southern Man Imperial City. However, this seemed impossible because all the forces in the city had admitted defeat and surrendered. If Xiaoya made a move against these forces that had already surrendered, it would be unpopular. Of course, if it was Gu Fei, he wouldn't think so complicated. What people's hearts? What schemes? In fact, it was all about strength. As long as you had absolute strength, you could make everyone obediently surrender to me. Simple, direct, fight if you're dissatisfied. This was Gu Fei. There was no need to think too much. Senior sister, you still have a lot of wicked ideas, Long Xiaozhou said with a smile. Xiaoya glared at Long Xiaozhou. In the entire Southern Man Imperial City, only Long Xiaozhou dared to talk to her like this. Even the shaman kings of the witch clan and even the heavenly witchcraft saintess didn't dare to joke with her like this. At this time, Xiaoya's people had already begun to move. At the same time, at the peak of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion, in the dueling field, two figures descended from the sky and landed directly in the dueling field. Powerful auras erupted from these two figures. Haha, let's see how you turn the tables this time. When the limitless demon lord saw the people who came, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The people who came were the incarnations of Yin Wu and Sacred Master Su Tian. Yin Wu was in existence even stronger than the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian. Emoing was still very calm. She was fighting against 5 limitless realm experts by herself, but she was still at ease, as if she hadn't used her full strength. This made the limitless fire spirit and the others extremely shocked. This mysterious guy was really awesome. They never thought that there would be such a number 1 character in the Void Realm. If this mysterious guy wanted to fight for hegemony in the Void Realm, before Gu Fei returned, there was probably no one in the Void Realm who could be her opponent. But why didn't these guys make a move? Could it be that these guys were like rats who like to hide in the dark? In fact, the limitless fire spirit and the others didn't know that it wasn't that the Emperor and Emoing didn't want to fight for hegemony, but that they couldn't. They had to listen to their master's orders. Their master wanted them to hide in this world, so they couldn't show their faces. The Emperor and Emoing were actually extremely depressed. They had a body full of cultivation, but they couldn't show their faces. You guys are really useless. You can't even take care of a little girl. When Yin Wu arrived and saw this scene, she was speechless. 5 limitless realm experts couldn't even defeat a little girl? Everyone was angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Yin Wu was the existence closest to Gu Fei. To a certain extent, she was equivalent to Gu Fei. At this time, who would dare to make Gu Fei unhappy? Chapter 55-94. When Yin Wu arrived, the limitless demon lord and the others retreated at the same time. Emoing also stopped. She looked at Yin Wu, a cold glint flashing under her mask. That was her gaze. You're very strong, Emoing said to Yin Wu. You're not weak either. Yin Wu was also looking at Emoing. This little girl could actually fight with the limitless demon lord and the others endlessly and with ease. This kind of cultivation was enough to sweep through the entire Void Realm. Of course, the premise was that Gu Fei and Yin Wu did not take action. You want to fight? Emoing said. If you don't resist, then there's no need to fight. Yanwu said. Then let's fight. Emoing sighed. It was impossible for her to surrender without putting up a fight. She believed that her cultivation and battle prowess were enough to fight Yanwu. She might not necessarily lose to her. Okay. After saying so, Yanwu punched Emoing. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it contained the power of the Great Tao. If she was hit by this punch, even Emoing would be seriously injured. Oomph! Emoing sneered. In the next moment, she also punched. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the two fists smashed against each other. After that, a ring of transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions like ripples on water. Everything that came into contact with the spatial ripple was immediately shattered into dust. Seeing this, the limitless demon lord and the others directly retreated. In a battle of this level, even they would be heavily injured if they were caught in the shockwaves, let alone the others. If it was an existence below the infinite prime realm, they would be directly destroyed. Bang! Boom! Two figures moved quickly in the void. The muffled sound of collision was extremely shocking and deafening. The void seemed like it was going to explode. Even the seal cast down by the 5 infinite primes had been shaken. A layer of light appeared in the void around the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Countless ancient Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on the light barrier. Ancient Tao diagrams emitted powerful energy fluctuations. The limitless demon lord and the others hurriedly reinforced the seal. At this time, all the experts in the southern barbarian imperial city saw the Emperor Gathering Pavilion covered by a layer of light. Countless cultivators in the southern Man imperial city were inexplicably shocked. What was going on? Could it be that Gu Fei and the others had made a move against the Imperial Gathering Pavilion? Countless people were guessing. In the entire southern barbaric imperial city, or even the entire southern barbaric, who else would dare to make a move in the southern barbaric imperial city besides Gu Fei's people? Moreover, Xiaoya's subordinates also started to take action and started to take over the territories left behind by the various powers of the southern barbaric imperial city after they fled. Everyone knew that if these territories fell into the hands of Xiaoya, it was basically impossible to get them back. No one dared to ask Xiaoya for territory. The commotion caused by the battle between Yin Wu and Mo Ying was too great. Even though there was a seal blocking it, the sound of the collision still spread out and reverberated throughout the entire southern Man imperial city. Due to that, the countless cultivators within the city grew even more restless. Even those who had planned on observing the situation had no choice but to flee. One had to know that when the supreme existences of the infinite prime realm fought, only the cultivators within the city would suffer. While Yin Wu and Emoing were fighting, in the chaos, Gu Fei was still refining his incarnation with all his might using the secret technique of the Limitless Emperor. Even Yin Wu can't deal with those two guys in the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. Although Gu Fei was in the chaos, with his current cultivation, his powerful divine sense could directly penetrate the chaos and enter the void realm. Naturally, he could sense the current situation of the southern barbaric imperial city. He sensed the auras of Yin Wu and Mo Ying erupting from the top of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. Yin Wu and Mo Ying were actually fighting endlessly. Moreover, Yin Wu was actually evenly matched with Mo Ying for a moment, which made Gu Fei feel a little surprised. Gu Fei thought, forget about the cultivation and battle prowess of the Emperor, who was at the middle stage of the infinite prime realm. She was defeated by me, but this Mo Ying was very strong. This Mo Ying's cultivation was at the peak of the infinite prime realm. It was no wonder that she could fight against 5 infinite primes, including the limitless demon lord, with ease. No one knew Yin Wu's strength better than Gu Fei. It had to be known that he and Yin Wu were in a life-and-death relationship. If one of them died, the other would be buried with her. Gu Fei knew very well about Yin Wu's strength, but he had never met Mo Ying before, let alone know the details of this infinite prime. This was because the memory that Gu Fei had read of the Limitless Emperor's incarnation was very limited. At this moment, Gu Fei had reached the most critical moment of refining the incarnation. The innate chaotic Taoist body had already taken shape, and in the light cocoon formed by the chaotic divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. When the incarnation inside broke out of the cocoon, it would be the time when the incarnation's cultivation was complete. Although the southern wilderness imperial city was in chaos, Xiao Yu's subordinates controlled the situation because they knew that nothing would happen in the southern barbaric imperial city. You have some ability. No wonder those trash can't beat you. At the top of the imperial gathering pavilion, Yin Wu said as she fought. You're not bad either. Emoing said coldly. The two of them were actually evenly matched. It was not an easy task to determine the winner between them. Haha, you want to compete with me? Yin Wu laughed. She was a Khanate life form born from the flame world's will of the universe, and a universe-level life form at that. This meant that she could not be the same as ordinary life forms. From the day she was born, she was invincible. Until she met the old bastard Sacred Master Su Tian, Yin Wu fell for Sacred Master Su Tian's trick. The entire flame world was destroyed, and she could only hide in the little world she created. Yin Wu was originally sleeping in her little world, but she did not expect to be woken up by Gu Fei. Other than Gu Fei and the Limitless Emperor's incarnation, this guy was the third infinite prime she had met who could fight against her. Why do I need to compete with you? Emoing did not think much of it. She was not an emperor, but she could vaguely see that Yin Wu was not ordinary. The two experts talked as they fought. The Limitless Demon Lord and the others watched nervously from the side. If even Yin Wu could not deal with this guy, then Gu Fei would have to do it himself. But where was Gu Fei now? Just as Yin Wu was fighting Emoing, Xiao Yu sent a group of subordinates to take over the territories of the major forces. Soon, the entire southern barbaric imperial city was under Xiao Yu's control. However, there was a force that did not evacuate the southern barbaric imperial city. This force was the shaman race. It had to be said that the shaman race was really smart. They stayed in the southern barbaric imperial city with the reason of living and dying together. In reality, they saw Xiao Yu's abnormal actions, so they defended their territory. Chapter 55-95. The 8 great shaman kings of the shaman race were now gathered in the shaman palace of the southern Man imperial city. In the main hall of the palace, the sorcerer tribe saintess, Wu Lingxue, sat on the throne. She had now become the spokesperson of the Sorcerer King and represented the strongest person in the sorcerer tribe, the Sorcerer King. Wu Lingxue's cultivation had also broken through to the half-step Emperor realm. The reason why Wu Lingxue's cultivation level had risen so quickly was because everyone had guessed that she had received help from the Witch Emperor. Of course, this was just a guess. This was because within the entire sorcerer tribe, only Wu Lingxue knew where the Sorcerer Emperor was. The others, including the Grand Sorcerer King, did not know where the Sorcerer Emperor was cultivating in seclusion. Although the group of shaman kings did not all submit to Wu Lingxue, they had no choice but to submit to her. This was because Wu Lingxue was backed by the Shaman King, the true ruler of the sorcerer tribe. In fact, within the sorcerer tribe, everyone had already seen Wu Lingxue as the successor to the Sorcerer King. Furthermore, Wu Lingxue's cultivation base was unparalleled in the entire sorcerer tribe. The current Wu Lingxue was no longer the Wu Lingxue of the past. In the past, she was just a little princess of the sorcerer tribe, a heaven sorcerer priestess. But now, things were different. She was the holy maiden of the sorcerer tribe, the strongest person below the sorcerer emperor. Even the 8 great sorcerer kings had to listen to her. Your Highness, the great witch king broke the silence in the hall. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. All the witch kings in the hall looked at Wu Lingxue, who was sitting on the throne. All the mage kings present knew what the great mage king wanted to ask. All of them pricked up their ears, wanting to know what their saint would do next. At this time, the battle in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was still ongoing. Yin Wu's and Mo Ying's cultivation were on par, so it wouldn't be easy for them to determine a victor. This time, both of them had met their match. For existences at their level, it was really difficult for them to meet a good opponent. It was hard to find an evenly matched opponent. What do you want me to do? In the main hall of the Sorcerer Tribe Palace in the southern barbarian royal capital, Wu Lingxue glanced at everyone present and said indifferently, all the mage kings were stunned. Wasn't the great mage king asking the saintess what they should do? Why was the holy maiden asking them instead? What was going on? The mage kings were uneasy. It seemed like the saintess was about to stir up trouble. All the mage kings present had a bad feeling. It seemed like something bad was about to happen again. Are you mute? Wu Lingxue was wearing a mask, so no one could see her expression. None of the shaman kings dared to speak, as they did not know what the holy maiden was planning to do. Therefore, all of them tactfully kept quiet, because at this moment, whoever spoke would be unlucky. Aren't you usually very capable? Why aren't you saying anything now? Wu Lingxue's voice turned cold. Your Highness, your words. The Grand Witch King was a little restless. The other shaman kings also had different expressions on their faces. What, do you want me to make it clear? Wu Lingxue said coldly. The expressions of all the Magus kings present changed drastically. Look what you've done. Wu Lingxue said angrily. Your Highness, as kings of the sorcerer tribe, everything we do is for the sake of the sorcerer tribe. The Great Witch King said sternly. Haha. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingxue burst into laughter. At this moment, the group of shaman kings in the hall were no longer anxious. They were all trembling with fear. The current Wu Lingxue had hardened her wings. Grand Witch King, did your precious son fight with Han Feng, the son of Heavenly Moon King Han Dong? Wu Lingxue suddenly stared at the Grand Witch King and said, This? The Grand Witch King was taken aback upon hearing this. The other shaman kings looked at the Grand Witch King. Moreover, I heard that you've been secretly expanding your sphere of influence. You've gained a lot of benefits. Wu Lingxue continued. There's absolutely no such thing. Who said that? The Grand Witch King shook his head. It's not important now whether there's such a thing or not. Now, I want you to keep your precious son in check. Don't drag the entire sorcerer tribe down because of him. Wu Lingxue's tone was emotionless. How would the Grand Witch King dare to speak at this moment? We'll guard our territory and wait and see. All of you better behave. If anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Lingxue glanced at the group of shaman kings and said in a deep voice, Yes, master. The group of shaman kings hurriedly accepted the order. Just as Wu Lingxue was giving the group of shaman kings a warning, in the primal chaos beyond the 9 heavens, a powerful force of primal chaos suddenly erupted. All the primal chaos void's primal chaos aura suddenly surged violently and gathered in a frenzy. I've finally succeeded. A sigh sounded in the primal chaos. Then, a figure walked out from the endless primal chaos aura. A powerful force of primal chaos surged from this figure. The primal chaos aura around this figure gathered in a frenzy and was devoured and absorbed by this figure. Streaks of primal chaos Dao patterns appeared and intertwined on his body. In another direction, a figure who was sitting cross-legged in the void stood up. The two of them walked together. The two of them looked exactly the same. They were both young men dressed in black. It was just that the aura on their bodies was different. Innate chaotic Dao body. The young man dressed in black looked at the person who looked exactly like him. The corner of his lips curled up and revealed an evil smile. His plan could finally begin. This young man dressed in black was Gu Fei. The young man dressed in black who was surrounded by primal chaos aura was the clone of Gu Fei's innate chaotic Dao body that he had just cultivated. Gu Fei had successfully cultivated this clone using the cloning secret technique that he had obtained from the Limitless Emperor. It wasn't that the Limitless Emperor's clone couldn't return to the Limitless Realm. It was just that to return to the Limitless Realm, he had to pay a huge price. This price was extremely painful for the Limitless Emperor. Gu Fei was going to use this special method to enter the Limitless Realm. He was going to explore the Limitless Realm first. Without hesitation, Gu Fei tore the void apart. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the Primal Chaos Dao body clone. At this moment, a huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Nanman. The black hole previously disappeared, but another spatial crack suddenly appeared. This made those living beings in Nanman who had just heaved a sigh of relief couldn't help but be on tenterhooks again. The combat power of the innate chaotic Dao body needed to be tested on someone to know. Meanwhile, Gu Fei walked out of the spatial crack with his clone. Swoosh! Gu Fei and his doppelganger disappeared into the void in an instant, without a trace. Chapter 5596. Gu Fei's innate chaotic Taoist body incarnation was finally cultivated by him. He needed to find someone to practice with his innate chaotic Taoist body incarnation. He wanted to see how strong his incarnation was. However, the incarnation of the innate chaotic Taoist body condensed endless chaotic energy. Its cultivation was equivalent to a beginner infinite prime. Such battle prowess would definitely not be weak. After Gu Fei emerged from the chaos with his incarnation, he disappeared into the void. In the next moment, Gu Fei and his incarnation appeared at the top of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. What? This? When they sensed that someone had barged into the Emperor Gathering Pavilion, the limitless demon lord and the others were shocked. After all, the Emperor Gathering Pavilion had already been sealed by them. The intruder had actually ignored the seal set up by the 5 infinite primes and directly entered the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. This shocked the limitless demon lord and the others. When the limitless demon lord and the others saw who the intruder was, they were extremely shocked. Its master? How can there be 2 masters? Did he succeed? When the limitless demon lord and the limitless fire spirit saw Gu Fei suddenly appear, they were a little stunned. Only the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian knew the inside story. Greetings, Master. The limitless demon lord and the others directly bowed to Gu Fei and Gu Fei's incarnation. They did not dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei. They all became extremely obedient. Gu Fei? When the emperor saw Gu Fei, he directly jumped up in shock. Emperor, Mo Ing? Gu Fei's divine will directly locked onto the emperor and Mo Ing. The emperor was about to escape. He suddenly soared into the sky and threw a punch at the seal set up by the 5 infinite primes. Boom! With a loud sound, the emperor actually blasted a huge hole in the layer of light that covered the entire Emperor Gathering Pavilion. This guy. When the limitless demon lord and the others saw this, they could not help but be shocked and angry. It turned out that this guy had been hiding his true battle prowess. Trying to escape? With a thought from Gu Fei, the incarnation of the connate chaotic Taoist body beside him disappeared into the void in the next moment. Bam! The void trembled, and the emperor, who had already stepped out of the Juhuang Pavilion's seal, fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the emperor was directly smashed into the Juhuang Pavilion. At this moment, all the experts in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion had already hidden in a secret void, isolating themselves from the outside world. If they had not hidden away immediately, they would have been wiped out by the powerful presence of infinite primes long ago. Of course, this was only for the upper echelons of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. The ordinary disciples in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion were out of luck. At this time, there was absolutely no living thing in the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Rumble. The emperor was knocked down from the sky by the incarnation of Gu Fei's born Taoism aptitude. He crashed into the Emperor Gathering Pavilion, causing the entire pavilion to shake. The entire Imperial Gathering Pavilion almost collapsed, and the walls were filled with cracks. Gu Fei, you've gone too far. The emperor's furious roar rang out from the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. He had been acting weak before the 5 infinite primes. But now that Gu Fei had personally come, he could no longer pretend. He had been beaten up terribly by Gu Fei before. I've bullied you. What can you do to me? Gu Fei's born Taoism aptitude descended from the sky and charged into the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. At this moment, Yin Wu and Mo Ing were still fighting. Gu Fei's real body stood in the void and watched the battle. Master has actually lost? As soon as Mo Ing saw Gu Fei appear, she knew that her master, the primordial emperor, was completely done for. Even the primordial emperor's clone was not Gu Fei's opponent, so how could they fight against Gu Fei? It was no wonder that the emperor had fled as soon as he saw that it was Gu Fei. At this moment, Mo Ing did not want to continue fighting either. He began to consider retreating. Gu Fei had the advantage in numbers. How could he be the opponent of so many infinite primes by himself? Let alone Gu Fei. Even Yin Wu's cultivation and battle prowess were on par with her. Now that Gu Fei was here, she would be in trouble if Gu Fei took action. Primordial Emperor's clone. Mo Ing roared. In the next moment, her figure blurred. When Yin Wu's fist smashed into Emo Ying's silhouette, she was taken aback. After all, it felt as if her fist had struck nothing but air. She didn't feel any force at all. At the same time, countless silhouettes appeared in the void around Yin Wu, attacking her from all directions. Humph, it's just child's play, Yin Wu sneered. Yin Wu sneered. In the next moment, her body shook, and countless sword lights rushed out of her body, piercing through the countless figures of Emo Ying that were pouncing on her. After Emo Ying's figures were pierced by Yin Wu's sword light, they immediately dissipated into the void. You want to jump? Gu Fei, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly said. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud sound, and the entire Emperor Gathering Pavilion exploded. Dust rose into the air, and rocks flew everywhere. All the spectating infinite primes dodged in a hurry. The bricks and tiles that were flying in all directions all carried the power of an infinite-level expert. Amidst the dust that filled the air, two figures soared into the sky, moving rapidly in the void as they fought continuously. Emo Ying took advantage of the chaos to break through the seal of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion and charge out. Gu Fei did not stop her. Yin Wu instantly destroyed Emo Ying's figure with her streaks of light. Then, she cut through the dust with her sword and chased after the escaping Emo Ying. That was Yin Wu's opponent, not Gu Fei's. How is this possible? At this moment, the Emperor was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's clone was actually so powerful. How did he do it? Gu Fei's clone was already so powerful. How was he going to let others live? The limitless Demon Lord and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone were dumbfounded when they saw this. Gu Fei's clone seemed to have just been cultivated. This was too amazing. Gu Fei was already very powerful. Now that he had cultivated an Infinite Prime's clone, who in the entire Void Realm could be his opponent. Bam! The Emperor fiercely punched Gu Fei's doppelganger, and the place where Gu Fei's doppelganger was hit directly collapsed. Gu Fei's doppelganger was sent flying back, but the place where he was punched was quickly repairing his broken body. Moreover, more than half of the Emperor's strength was absorbed by Gu Fei's clone. It can even absorb my strength? Chapter 5597. The Emperor was truly in despair. He realized that he had truly underestimated Gu Fei. This fellow from the lower realm was able to fight endlessly against him with just a clone. How is this possible? Did Gu Fei have the potential to fight against his master? In the Emperor's eyes, the truly undefeatable existence was his master in the boundless realm, the Ultimate Emperor. The Ultimate Emperor was definitely one of the oldest leaders in the boundless realm. He was one of the 5 leaders of the boundless realm. These 5 leaders had never been replaced since the beginning of time. The Gu Fei before him was naturally no match for the Ultimate Emperor. However, the potential that Gu Fei displayed completely shocked the Emperor. At that moment, Gu Fei's connate chaotic Taoist body avatar, which had been sent flying by the Emperor's punch, returned. The places on his body that had been punched had completely healed. What a powerful recovery ability! When the Emperor noticed this, he couldn't help but be moved. In fact, he knew very well that as long as Gu Fei's original body was still around, it would be impossible for Gu Fei's clone to be destroyed, because Gu Fei's original body was here. If the Ultimate Emperor's clone was not in the Void Realm, but in the Boundless Realm, then Gu Fei would not have been able to devour it. This was because the Ultimate Emperor would have sensed the clone's condition and attacked. However, in the Void Realm, the beginning Extreme the Arch could not sense his clone at all. This was because his clone had lost contact with his original body. The limitless Extreme the Arch probably didn't even know that his clone had been killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's natural chaotic body clashed with the Emperor again. The clone attacked without hesitation. However, Gu Fei's clone was only at the beginning stage of peerless power. There was still a considerable gap between him and a mid-stage peerless power emperor. Very quickly, Gu Fei's natural chaotic body clone was sent flying by the Emperor again. After the Emperor sent Gu Fei's connate chaotic Taoist body incarnation flying with a punch, he immediately soared into the sky and tried to escape. However, he could not escape this time. Swoosh! Gu Fei's real body appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The Emperor was shocked and angry. He rushed to the side again. However, Gu Fei's real body appeared in front of him again. The Emperor once again fled in another direction. However, it was of no use. Gu Fei's real body blocked his way again. What exactly do you want? The Emperor was about to go crazy. He pulled at his hair and roared at Gu Fei. I don't want to do anything. I just want to practice with the clone you gave me. Gu Fei crossed his arms in front of his chest and said casually, The Emperor was furious. This fellow was actually looking down on him, so much that he actually wanted to use him as a practice target for his clone. No one has ever dared to look down on me like this. He completely exploded. I'll kill you. The Emperor roared madly and charged towards Gu Fei. Clang. The sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard from the Emperor's body. In the next moment, the shadows of countless weapons appeared in the void around him, blotting out the sky as they slashed at Gu Fei. This move is not bad. It's quite imposing. Gu Fei still stood there without moving. However, there was a powerful wave of energy spreading from his body. All the shadows of weapons that were slashing towards him were all reversed by him. All the shadows of weapons were reversed and slashed towards the Emperor. This move again. The Emperor was depressed. He had no choice but to block his own attack first. Countless shadows of weapons clashed in the void around him. It was as if real weapons were slashing crazily. The densely packed sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. You're just asking for it if you fight with me. Gu Fei smiled. The infinite primes who were watching from the side were speechless. The mystique that Gu Fei used made him invincible, because he could reverse everyone's attacks. This was equivalent to the honorable Emperor fighting himself. How could he possibly defeat himself? At that moment, Gu Fei's innate chaotic Taoist body clone was already attacking the Emperor. Chaotic Fist. Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately punched towards the Emperor. Die. The Emperor's eyes were red from anger because of Gu Fei. He waved his right hand and a shadow of a blade met the fist of Gu Fei's clone. Clang. The Emperor's blade shadow slashed at the fist of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The two figures were sent flying. Sucking my energy again. The Emperor could clearly sense that a part of his saber's power had been devoured by Gu Fei's doppelganger. If the fight continued, he would only end up being tortured by Gu Fei's clone. Because Gu Fei's clone was devouring his energy, Gu Fei's clone was getting stronger as the fight went on, but the Emperor's strength was getting weaker. He could still torture Gu Fei's clone for now, but as time went on, it would be hard to tell who would be the one torturing who. The Emperor continued to attack Gu Fei's doppelgangers. However, no matter how injured Gu Fei's clone was, it would recover in a short time and attack Gu Fei's clone again. The Emperor wanted to escape, but he couldn't. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Kill me if you want. After the Emperor sent Gu Fei's clone flying again, he stopped. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You've got guts. Gu Fei's original body gave the Emperor a thumbs up. Do I need you to tell me that? The Emperor sneered. Good, very good. Let's see if you're going to retaliate. Gu Fei's original body said. With just a thought, his clone instantly appeared in front of the Emperor. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei's clone punched the Emperor's face. This guy actually didn't dodge or retaliate, allowing Gu Fei's clone to punch his face. Is this guy stupid? He's not retaliating? There's such a thing? This ability is amazing. The Limitless Demon Lord and the rest were stunned when they saw this scene. Gu Fei's clone didn't care so much. His fists were like raindrops as they smashed towards the Emperor. This guy was really stubborn. He actually didn't retaliate or dodge. Not long later, this guy was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei's clone. The Emperor had yet to recover from the previous beating by Gu Fei, and now he was beaten into a pig's head again. This guy. When Gu Fei's original body saw this, he couldn't help but frown. I don't believe that you can really endure this. Gu Fei's main body gritted his teeth. His doppelganger didn't stop and continued to beat the Emperor miserably. However, the Emperor really didn't retaliate and was directly knocked out by Gu Fei's clone. This guy's bones are really tough. Gu Fei looked at the unconscious Emperor and couldn't help but look at him in a different light. You have guts. Chapter 55-98. Rumble. Since the Emperor Gathering Pavilion in the southern Man Imperial City had collapsed, this caused countless cultivators in the city to be extremely shocked. They couldn't help but look at the place where the smoke and dust rose. The Emperor Gathering Pavilion, the highest-level restaurant in the southern Man Imperial City, actually collapsed and became a thing of the past. What exactly happened? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but speculate. But there was no doubt that this was definitely the work of Gu Fei. Because at this time, only Gu Fei would dare to make such a big move in the southern Man Imperial City. In Gu Fei's territory, who would dare to make such a big move? Fortunately, the limitless Demon Lord had already sealed the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. Otherwise, the houses near the Emperor Gathering Pavilion would have suffered. The magnificent Emperor Gathering Pavilion had become a ruin just like that. Many people felt that it was a pity. Why did Gu Fei attack the Emperor Gathering Pavilion? The higher-ups of the Witch Clan also came to the sky above the southern Man Imperial City. They couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the billowing smoke and dust where the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was located. Go and investigate the origin of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion. The Saintess of the Witch Clan, Wu Lingxue, said to the Witch Kings, "Yes, Your Highness." The Witch Kings hurriedly accepted the order. "Hey, isn't this the Saintess of the Witch Clan?" At this time, a figure rushed up from below and came to the opposite of Wu Lingxue. Long Xiaozhou? When Wu Lingxue saw the person, she couldn't help but frown. "You Witch Clan are awesome." Long Xiaozhou gave Wu Lingxue a thumbs up. "I don't know what you're talking about." Wu Lingxue said indifferently, "You're so smart, how can you not know what I'm talking about?" Long Xiaozhou smiled. At this time, in the southern Man Imperial City, Long Xiaozhou's subordinates were quickly occupying the territories of the major forces in the city and taking over the businesses that were empty. However, only the territory of the Witch Clan was guarded by the disciples of the Witch Clan. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, they didn't retreat. Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou took over the places that were unguarded. Therefore, the territory of the Witch Clan was guarded, so they didn't attack the Witch Clan. After all, the sorcerer tribe had already submitted. With the collapse of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion, countless cultivators in the city became even more terrified. They all rushed toward the city gate, wanting to leave the city as soon as possible. Presently, the 4 city gates of the southern barbaric Imperial City were all blocked to the point that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "Princess Xiaozhou, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Wu Lingxue cupped her hands towards the dragon boat on the opposite side, and then directly flew towards the Nanman Royal City below. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry?" Long Xiaozhou did not expect Wu Lingxue to leave the moment she saw him. Wu Lingxue no longer paid attention to Long Xiaozhou and directly entered the southern barbaric Imperial City. The Shaman Kings hurriedly chased after him. They were extremely afraid in front of Long Xiaozhou. After all, Long Xiaozhou was a half-step transcendent emperor. He could kill them all with a single slap. "A bunch of cowards," Long Xiaozhou said disdainfully. Actually, it was not that these Witch Kings were cowards, but that Long Xiaozhou was too powerful. She was Gu Fei's disciple and the little princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan. Long Xiaozhou was not a person who was easy to talk to. If there was a disagreement, the consequences would be unpredictable. Xiao Ye, on the other hand, was calmer and more low-key. However, even if Xiao Ye wanted to be low-key, she couldn't. Who asked her to be the disciple of Gu Fei? Her strength did not allow her to be low-key. Long Xiaozhou turned around and looked in the direction of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion. That was a good restaurant. He did not expect it to collapse just like that. The location of the Emperor Gathering Pavilion was very good. It was the most prosperous street in the southern barbaric Imperial City. This Emperor Gathering Pavilion was also the most profitable restaurant in the southern barbaric Imperial City, and the people it entertained were all powerful and influential figures. It was also the place where the playboys in the southern barbaric Imperial City often gathered. Now, in this southern barbaric Imperial City, there was no Imperial Gathering Pavilion anymore. At this time, in the sky above the ruins of the Imperial Gathering Pavilion, Gu Fei's innate chaotic Dao body avatar was ruthlessly torturing the emperor. The emperor said that he would not fight back, and he really did not fight back. In this way, Gu Fei was very unhappy. He originally wanted to find the emperor to let his avatar practice. If the emperor did not make a move, what was the point of his avatar practicing? Forget it. I'll let you go. Gu Fei's avatar no longer made a move. But at this time, the emperor had already been miserably tortured by his avatar. You are now my captive. Gu Fei stared at the emperor and said coldly, Why? An angry and unwilling divine sense erupted from the emperor's body. There is no reason, just because my fist is harder than your fist. After saying that, Gu Fei did not wait for His Majesty to say anything else. Instead, he sent one seal after another into His Majesty's body. This is the one thought life and death seal. Your life and death are in my hands. So, you can be at ease as my slave in the future. Gu Fei said. What? When the emperor heard this, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Gu Fei is really too much. He actually planted a forbidden technique on my body. This way, as long as he didn't want to die, he would have to obediently listen to Gu Fei. Of course, if he wanted to die, it was very simple. He could just fight with Gu Fei. At this time, the limitless demon lord and the others felt their hearts tremble. This was because the limitless demon lord and the limitless fire spirit had both been planted with the one thought life and death seal by Gu Fei. The limitless snow goblin, the myriad demon ancestor, and the limitless sword master were much luckier. This was because Gu Fei did not do anything to them. As for the clone of sacred master Void Sky, it was Yen Wu who subdued it. It had nothing to do with Gu Fei. That's it. I want to go to the 9 heavens now. Aren't you going to lead the way? Gu Fei said to the emperor. Although the emperor seemed to be heavily injured, his avatar did not really kill him. Therefore, the emperor's vitality was not injured. How did you know? The emperor was shocked when he heard this. One must know that the secret of above the 9 heavens was only known by him and He Moying. There was no third person in the void realm who knew this secret. I devoured your master. Do you understand now? Gu Fei looked at the shocked emperor and said, The emperor was almost scared out of his wits by Gu Fei's words. He actually devoured his master? How is this possible? His master was an invincible existence. Even if it was a clone of his master that had come to the lower realm, it was not something that Gu Fei could devour just because he wanted to. However, Gu Fei had no reason to lie to him. Moreover, Gu Fei knew the secret of above the 9 heavens. It seemed that his master's clone was in danger. Thinking of this, the emperor had no choice but to be honest. He really did not want to die. If he could live, who would want to die? For an infinite prime like the emperor, as long as there was a chance of survival, he would choose to live. Although it was not easy to live, it was better than dying. The emperor had no choice but to soar into the sky and lead the way. Gu Fei and the other infinite primes followed closely behind. Chapter 5599. Even the members of the Ling Tian Palace didn't know about the secrets above the 9 heavens. This was because the 9 heavens was simply too big. The Ling Tian Palace was merely in an inconspicuous corner. The limitless Great Emperor's teleportation formation platform was in another place above the 9 heavens. Moreover, it was covered by layers of formations. No one could sense the existence of the teleportation formation platform. Of course, Gu Fei had devoured the limitless Great Emperor's clone and knew everything. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to find the teleportation formation platform. Under the lead of the emperor, Gu Fei and the others rushed above the 9 heavens and arrived at an empty space. There was nothing in front of them. However, when the emperor activated the formation, a huge formation platform appeared in the empty void in front of them. The teleportation formation platform was like a black mountain floating in the air. It exuded an ancient and vicissitude aura. The space around the teleportation formation platform was filled with ancient runes. These runes intertwined to form countless diagrams. Every diagram intertwined with each other to form a complete formation. It was these layers of formations that isolated the aura of the teleportation formation platform. Even the supreme existences of the limitless realm couldn't sense its existence. The limitless demon lord, sacred master Su Tian's clone, and the others were stunned when they saw the teleportation formation platform. They didn't expect such an ancient teleportation formation platform to exist in the Void Realm. The teleportation formation platform above the Nine Heavens was much older than the one in the Divine Race's ancestral grounds. Compared to this teleportation formation platform, the one in the Divine Race's ancestral grounds was like a little brother. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the teleportation formation platform. No wonder the limitless Great Emperor's clone could descend into the Void Realm. This teleportation formation platform might really be able to break through the boundaries of the limitless realm. Many of the formations that covered the teleportation formation platform were super spirit gathering formations. They constantly gathered spiritual energy from the heaven and earth for the teleportation formation platform. The energy that this teleportation formation platform had accumulated over the years was absolutely shocking. This was an unimaginably powerful force. Even Gu Fei was tempted by this energy. Others might not be able to refine and devour this energy, but he could. However, this was not the time to think about the power of this teleportation formation. He still wanted to use this teleportation array to enter the limitless realm first to explore the way. At this time, the Emperor had already opened up the layers of formations. "Master, please," the Emperor said respectfully to Gu Fei. At this moment, the Emperor had completely surrendered. His life was in the hands of Gu Fei, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. At this moment, Imo Ying was nowhere to be seen, and Yin Wu had yet to return. Gu Fei didn't wait for Yin Wu. He passed through the layers of arrays and entered the void where the ancient teleportation platform was located. The void where this ancient teleportation formation platform was located was much larger than it looked from the outside. Because of the layers of formations, the void inside was a world of its own. The limitless Demon Master, the limitless Sword Master, and the others also followed Gu Fei into the void. With a thought, Gu Fei's connate chaotic Taoist body incarnation soared into the sky and landed on the ancient formation platform. Rumble. The runes on the entire formation platform lit up. Rays of divine light rushed out from the formation platform and circled around it. The Emperor couldn't help being shocked. Gu Fei was actually able to activate the formation. It had to be known that even he couldn't activate it. Only his master, the limitless Emperor, knew how to activate it. Gu Fei had even read his master's memories. The Emperor broke out in cold sweat at this thought. "Master, what are you?" The limitless fire spirit stared at Gu Fei in shock. "I want to send a strand of my consciousness into the limitless realm to explore the way." Gu Fei's main body stared at the clone on the teleportation formation platform with a solemn expression. "What?" When the surrounding people heard this, they were all shocked, especially the Emperor. Was this even possible? Without the cultivation of the extreme heaven realm, no one could enter and leave the limitless realm freely. Even his master, the limitless Emperor, could only send a clone into the void realm. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone, who was on the teleportation formation platform, was completely enveloped by the divine light that erupted from the platform. A powerful ripple of energy, so powerful that even the limitless Demon Master and the others felt their hearts palpitate, spread out from the platform. The limitless Demon Master and the others felt a sense of fear. Could this kind of power really break through the limitless realm's barrier? One should know that there was only one way to enter the limitless realm, and that was to break through the limitless realm's barrier. Only by breaking through the limitless realm's barrier could one enter the limitless realm. However, the limitless realm's barrier was unimaginably sturdy. Even the supreme existences of the limitless realm could only break through the limitless realm's barrier after cultivating to the extreme heaven realm. Even the current Gu Fei would not be able to break through the limitless realm's barrier. The power of the ancient teleportation formation continued to increase, and the entire void shook. Even the limitless Demon Master, the limitless Sword Master, and the others had to retreat far away. Only Gu Fei remained unmoved. Boom! With a loud sound, a beam of divine light shot up from the platform. It pierced through the void and entered the endless chaos, disappearing in an instant. At the same time, the powerful energy wave from the ancient teleportation formation platform weakened rapidly. The divine light also weakened, and the entire platform gradually calmed down. The ancient teleportation formation platform gradually stopped operating. On the platform, the clone of the connate chaotic Taoist body that Gu Fei had just cultivated disappeared. He entered the limitless realm just like that? The group of limitless primes were all shocked. From today onwards, I will be cultivating in seclusion here. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. With that, Gu Fei leaped onto the ancient teleportation formation platform and sat down cross-legged. He was going to cultivate in seclusion here. The limitless demon master and the others were a little stunned. Gu Fei was actually going to cultivate in seclusion here? Master, the limitless fire spirit was a little worried. This was above the 9 heavens, far away from the void realm. Moreover, there were layers of formations here. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, the people inside would not know. I'm still in the void realm. What are you worried about? Gu Fei's voice came from the ancient teleportation formation platform. The limitless fire spirit did not say anything else. All of you can leave. Go do what you need to do. Gu Fei said. Yes. The group of limitless primes immediately left. At this time, Gu Fei's innate chaotic Tao body clone was wrapped in a ball of divine light, and it was moving quickly in the chaos. Very soon, he sensed a vast aura coming from the front. Chapter 5600. Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion in the 9 heavens, but his natural chaotic Taoist body clone had stepped onto the ancient formation platform that led to the limitless realm. He had refined the clone of the limitless emperor and knew everything. This ancient formation platform was built by the limitless emperor. It took a lot of effort to send it out of the limitless realm. Then, the emperor and Moing brought it to the 9 heavens of the void realm. After countless years, the limitless emperor finally used this formation platform to send one of his clones from the limitless realm to the void realm. When the limitless emperor's clone crossed over, he used the power of the limitless realm. The formation platform in the 9 heavens of the void realm did not use much power. However, this time, Gu Fei had to use the power of the formation platform in the 9 heavens of the void realm in order to send a strand of his consciousness into the limitless realm. Therefore, the energy consumed by the formation platform this time had reached an unimaginable level. Gu Fei might not be able to activate the formation platform again. Nobody knew how long it would take for the formation platform to recover its power. Boom! There was a loud bang. Just like the last time, the ray of light that was moving rapidly in the primal chaos slammed into the wall of the limitless realm. The moment this stream of light hit the boundary of the limitless realm, Gu Fei's connate chaotic Taoist body incarnation within the stream of light directly turned into dust. The clone's body completely disappeared in an instant. However, a strand of his consciousness remained. At the same time, the wall of the limitless realm rippled like water. Gu Fei's consciousness passed through it. In the blink of an eye, the wall of the limitless realm recovered. Such a powerful force was unable to break through the wall of the limitless realm. However, the strand of consciousness from Gu Fei's natural chaotic Taoist body clone grasped that fleeting opportunity and successfully passed through the wall of the limitless realm. This was the method that the limitless emperor had researched for countless years before he succeeded in entering and exiting the limitless realm. Furthermore, this method was extremely dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they would end up with their soul destroyed. Even someone as powerful as the ultimate monarch didn't dare to try it himself. This was also the reason why Gu Fei directly cultivated a clone after knowing that this method could allow him to enter the limitless realm. He did not dare to try this method himself. Last time, he was forced by Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation and the limitless demon lord to step onto the teleportation array in the ancestral land of the heaven race, and he almost died in front of the limitless realm's barrier. He actually succeeded. Up in the sky of the void extent, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ancient formation platform, suddenly sighed. Even though it was just a strand of his consciousness that had entered the limitless world, the significance of it was still extraordinary. What he had to do next was to wait. At the same time, in the eastern region of the limitless realm, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Countless people clad in battle armor were fighting with all their might. There were corpses and fallen weapons everywhere. Blood dyed the ground red, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Wang Zhan was only a small soldier of the East Moon Empire. In order to let his mother and sister live a good life, he joined the army, hoping to make a name for himself. He did not even dare to think about becoming a minister. He would be satisfied if he could become a minor official. However, fate was cruel. A great battle had erupted between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire, so he had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Wang Zhan fought with all his might. There were soldiers fighting crazily all around him. He only wanted to live. However, the tyrannical Sky Empire was stronger than the East Moon Empire, and the tyrannical Sky Empire's army was double that of the East Moon Empire's. The battle had just begun, and the East Moon Empire was already at a disadvantage. Very soon, Wang Zhan's companions around him were killed by the tyrannical Sky Empire. Several soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged at him viciously at the same time. Kill. Wang Zhan gripped his saber tightly and directly met them. Clang. Wang Zhan split the spear in the hands of a soldier of the tyrannical Sky Empire in two. Wherever the saber passed, blood splattered. The soldier of the tyrannical Sky Empire was directly knocked to the ground. However, the other soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire had already charged over. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Two fists were no match for four hands. Very soon, Wang Zhan's left shoulder was struck, and blood splattered everywhere. Die, all of you! Wang Zhan roared furiously as he wildly swung his saber. Unfortunately, there were just too many soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. As soon as one fell, another would take its place. Very soon, Wang Zhan was covered in wounds, and blood dyed his armor red. There was no such thing as life and death in the Endless Realm. However, Wang Zhan was only a small soldier. If he suffered a fatal injury, he would also die. Spurt. A spear directly pierced through Wang Zhan, directly lifting him up from his back. I can't die. Wang Zhan slashed the spear in half with a backhand slash, and then fell to the ground. However, at the same time, a soldier of the tyrannical Sky Empire slashed his body, knocking him to the ground. Wang Zhan lay on the ground, continuously coughing up blood. It was obvious that he would not survive. The beings of the Endless Realm possessed almost endless lifespans. This was related to the undying substance contained in the Endless Realm. If one wanted to be undying, the prerequisite was to not be killed by others. At this time, Wang Zhan would not be able to survive. At this moment, a weak divine light descended from the sky above the plains, directly landing on Wang Zhan's body. Wang Zhan, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, actually received endless vitality in an instant. The wounds on his body rapidly healed, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally lifeless eyes once again revealed a cold and sharp gaze that was like cold electricity. A powerful aura spread out from Wang Zhan's body. How is this possible? The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire around Wang Zhan were all stunned when they saw this. This guy had clearly been killed by them, so how did he suddenly come back to life? Ordinary soldiers had never seen such a strange thing before. Only those important figures had the ability to bring the dead back to life. This guy was only a soldier of the East Moon Empire. This is the Endless Realm? Wang Zhan, who had come back to life, had a blank expression. He had actually taken over the body of a severely injured and dying little fellow. This body was really too weak. Were there such weak humans in the Endless Realm? Gu Fei had originally thought that the beings in the Endless Realm were extremely powerful, but when he saw countless soldiers fighting with their lives on the line, he felt as if he had returned to the human world. However, this was definitely not the human world. The person who had taken over Wang Zhan's body was Gu Fei. To be more precise, it was a strand of Gu Fei's will. Gu Fei's will had successfully entered the Endless Realm and then taken over Wang Zhan's body. At this moment, Gu Fei was also a little confused. He had never thought that his will would take over such a weak body. If this was the case, when would he be able to mature? Chapter 56:01. Gu Fei's luck really couldn't be any better. As soon as he entered the limitless realm, he encountered a great battle between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Empire. Coincidentally, a mere battle soldier from the East Moon Empire was heavily injured by a local battle soldier and was about to receive his bento box. However, in the instant the soldier was about to receive his bento box, Gu Fei's consciousness arrived and directly took over the soldier's body. Gu Fei's consciousness took over the soldier's body. At this moment, in the space of the consciousness, "Who are you?" "I'm Gu Fei. What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything. I just want to borrow your body." Gu Fei's will and that of the soldier from the East Moon Empire stared at each other in Wang Zhan's consciousness. "Just take it as a nap. When you wake up, I'll return you a complete and powerful body of Tao." Gu Fei's will said. "No. How can I lend my body to someone else?" Wang Zhan said angrily. "No? Then you'll have to receive your bento box immediately." Gu Fei's will said disapprovingly. "What do you mean by receiving a bento box?" Wang Zhan was shocked, angry, nervous, anxious, and irritable. He could not die. Nothing could happen to him. He was the pillar of the family. If something happened to him, who would take care of his mother and sister? Wang Zhan was extremely excited at the thought of his mother and sister. I didn't expect you to have such a strong desire to live." Gu Fei's will was rather surprised. But so what? This guy called Wang Zhan was about to die. He could actually wait until Wang Zhan received his bento box completely and then take over this body. However, this soldier seemed to still be salvageable. Right now, he was the only one who could save this soldier. Furthermore, he learned about this soldier's life from his memories. He had a sickly mother and a young sister. This soldier called Wang Zhan's entire family relied on him to earn money. Wang Zhan's father was also a soldier of the East Moon Empire and had already died on the battlefield. As the lowest-ranking soldiers, they could only struggle bitterly in the unbounded realm. In the eyes of Gu Fei and the others, the unbounded realm was not as wonderful as they had imagined. Aside from the near-limitless lifespans of the living beings here, they seemed to be no different from other worlds. They were also poor and backward. Here, there were also countless nobodies who had no choice but to struggle on the edge of life and death in order to survive. There were endless battles between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Empire, and the ones who suffered the most were the common people of the two empires. The soldiers who only knew some superficial cultivation methods had no control over their own lives. Sigh. Receiving a bento box means death. Gu Fei's spiritual will sighed. "You mean I'm going to die soon?" Hearing this, Wang Zhan became even more terrified and excited. "Right now, only I can save you. Of course, you have to lend me your body." Gu Fei's spiritual will said indifferently. Wang Zhan didn't speak. He was stunned for a long time before saying, "Can I trust you? Do you have any other choice apart from trusting me?" Gu Fei's spiritual will crossed its arms and looked at Wang Zhan's spiritual will indifferently. Wang Zhan's spiritual will was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed like he really had no other choice apart from trusting the black-robed young man in front of him. Of course, he still had another choice, which was to die. However, he just couldn't die. Therefore, he had no other choice. "All right, I trust you." Wang Zhan had no choice but to accept all of this. "Very well, then go to sleep." As Gu Fei's spiritual will spoke, a powerful spiritual will power erupted and occupied Wang Zhan's entire sea of consciousness. Wang Zhan's spiritual will gradually fell into a deep sleep. Now, Gu Fei's spiritual will had complete control over this body. In fact, he could have gone through so much trouble. He could have just forcibly erased Wang Zhan's consciousness. However, he didn't do that. Gu Fei's spiritual will had read Wang Zhan's memories. Now, he was using Wang Zhan's identity to travel the everlasting realm. He was Wang Zhan, and Wang Zhan was him, Gu Fei. Of course, Gu Fei's real body was still in the void realm, waiting for his clone to return. "I have to grow up as soon as possible, but this body is just too weak." Sigh. When Gu Fei controlled Wang Zhan's body to stand up from the ground with his spiritual will, the surrounding soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were shocked. These people had just killed this guy. After suffering such heavy injuries, there was only one outcome for Wang Zhan, and that was death. But now, this guy who was supposed to be dead stood up again. Moreover, all the injuries on his body had miraculously healed. How is this possible? A soldier of the tyrannical Sky Empire was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This was because he was the one who had dealt the fatal blow to this guy from the East Moon Empire. What's going on? Do I have to get a bento box as soon as I arrive? Wang Zhan was also dumbfounded. No, it should be Gu Zhan now. Gu Fei's clone was now using the name Gu Zhan to roam the unbounded realm. How is this possible? Kill him again. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire pressed towards Gu Fei's clone, who was using the name Gu Zhan. Scram if you don't want to die. Gu Zhan glanced at them coldly. Kill. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire immediately roared and charged at Gu Fei. These soldiers had only been transmitted some basic cultivation methods. These cultivation methods were similar to martial arts or battle techniques and were specially created for soldiers. However, this was the simplest and most direct battle technique that could take someone's life. These soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were experienced in battle, and they had great teamwork. If it was the Wang Zhan from before, he would naturally be killed by them again. However, he was not Wang Zhan now, but Gu Zhan. You dare to use battle techniques in front of me? Gu Zhan really found this very funny. He was a cultivator, and what was a cultivator most proficient in? Wasn't it just martial arts and battle techniques? He grabbed the air with his right hand, and a saber on the ground immediately flew up and was caught in his hand. Gu Zhan used his movement technique, easily dodging the attacks of the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Then, he raised his blade and slashed down, killing one of the soldiers with a single slash. What? The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were all shocked. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? Gu Fei used the desolate steps, dodging all the attacks in an extremely ingenious manner. Then, he calmly slashed out with his blade, killing them one by one in a simple and direct manner. Wang Zhan, are you all right? At this moment, a middle-aged soldier rushed over and asked hurriedly when he saw Gu Zhan covered in blood. Uncle Xian, I'm fine. This middle-aged soldier was his father's comrade, the Black Tiger. In the East Moon Empire's army, the Black Tiger had taken good care of Wang Zhan. Chapter 5602. The East Moon Empire was only a medium-sized empire in the easternmost region of the Infinite Realm. The easternmost region of the Infinite Realm was extremely vast, and it was the ultimate emperor's territory. In the easternmost region, there were at least a dozen empires like the East Moon Empire, and there were only 3 truly large empires. As for the smaller empires, there were even more. The ultimate emperor was the true master of the easternmost region. In the easternmost region, all forces had to listen to him. Everyone was his subordinate. Over the countless years, no one dared to resist. The extreme God Mountain was where the ultimate emperor's temporary residence was located. It was also the supreme holy land in the hearts of countless cultivators in the easternmost region. Wherever the attendants of the extreme God Mountain went, all forces, regardless of whether they were large empires or medium-sized empires, would receive them respectfully. No one dared to slight them. The ultimate emperor actually rarely managed the easternmost region, and there were constant conflicts between the various empires. The East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire had been fighting for tens of thousands of years. Of course, time was the most worthless thing in the infinite realm, because all living beings in the infinite realm possessed long lifespans. There was no such thing as natural death. In theory, living beings in the infinite realm were immortal. However, they would also die. Just like humans in the infinite realm, if they were injured and lost too much blood, their lives would be in danger. Any living being in the limitless realm would die if they suffered a fatal injury. At this moment, on a grassland between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire, the armies of both sides were fighting fiercely. No one thought that an outsider had already possessed the body of a soldier from the East Moon Empire called Wang Zhan. After Gu Fei's soul sense entered the infinite realm, it possessed Wang Zhan's body. Moreover, he wanted to help Wang Zhan out, so he did not erase his soul sense. Wang Zhan was only a soldier at the bottom of the East Moon Empire, but he had the heavy burden of taking care of his mother and younger sister. If he wanted to survive in this world, Having an endless lifespan was not enough. In the infinite realm, humans were also inseparable from basic necessities. Most people would go hungry even if they did not eat. Only truly powerful cultivators could absorb energy from the world to nourish themselves. Wang Zhan naturally didn't have that kind of ability. At this moment, the East Moon Empire was already showing signs of defeat. The Heaven Tyrant Empire's army had the advantage in numbers, and the Heaven Tyrant Empire also had more cultivators than the East Moon Empire. On the ground, it was a battle between soldiers, but in the sky, it was a battle between experts. Even in the infinite world, not everyone could cultivate to infinite prime. Below infinite prime were the mortal, earth, heaven, God, and sainthood realms. In the limitless realm was above the sage realm, and the limitless realm was further divided into the extreme mortal realm, the extreme earth realm, the extreme heaven realm, the extreme saint realm, the extreme emperor realm, and the ultimate realm. Little soldier King Zhan was only at the early human stage. This physical body was simply too weak. Gu Fei's spiritual will was also speechless. He did not want to receive a bento box the moment he arrived in the limitless realm. After Gu Fei's spiritual force obtained Wang Zhan's physical body, he changed his name to Gu Zhan. He was very careful because that despicable old fellow, Sacred Master Su Tian, had already returned to the limitless realm. If he used the name Gu Fei here, it was very likely that he would attract that fellow's attention. This was not a good thing for him. He was here to explore the way, not to seek death. In the limitless realm, Gu Zhan was Gu Fei's clone, as well as Wang Zhan. Having just arrived here, Gu Fei's clone needed an identity. This would be beneficial for him to move about in the limitless realm without attracting the attention of Sacred Master Su Tian. Sacred Master Su Tian was a lunatic. No one could imagine that this fellow would do something unexpected, and Gu Fei's clone had no idea where this fellow was hiding. Let's go. At this moment, the army of the East Moon Empire began to retreat. It had to be said that the army of the East Moon Empire was truly a battle-hardened army. Although they had lost, there were no signs of them dispersing. All the soldiers were still fighting the enemy, but they were fighting as they retreated. They did not panic, and there were no deserters. The middle-aged soldier called Black Tiger protected Gu Zhan as they retreated. At this moment, high up in the sky, the outcome of the battle between the two empires had also been decided. Blood rained down from the sky, and the battle was extremely intense. Dull sounds of collisions rang out in the sky like thunder. Powerful forces collided. Gu Fei's clone, Gu Zhan, raised his head and looked up into the sky. He saw several figures fighting high up in the sky. 3 against 2? He discovered that on the side of the tyrannical Sky Empire, there were 3 Heaven Stage battle generals teaming up against the 2 Heaven Stage battle generals on the side of the East Moon Empire. In the limitless realm, only those who had cultivated to the Heaven Stage could fly in the sky. 5 Heaven Stage cultivators fought with all their might in the sky. The 2 Heaven Stage battle generals of the East Moon Empire retreated as they fought. They could not hold on anymore. The other side had 3 Heaven Stage battle generals. Actually, in this battle between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire, the East Moon Empire was already at a disadvantage right from the start. This was because the East Moon Empire only had 2 Heaven Stage battle generals, while the tyrannical Sky Empire had 3. Moreover, the East Moon Empire had fewer soldiers than the tyrannical Sky Empire. Thus, the outcome of this battle had already been decided long ago. Gu Zhan and his uncle Xian retreated with the East Moon Empire's army in defeat. Along the way, they left behind countless corpses of the East Moon Empire soldiers. It was an extremely tragic sight. Under the lead of their Earth Stage battle generals, the East Moon Empire's army retreated several dozen kilometers in defeat, directly retreating to Black Qilan City. The guards of Black Qilan City hurriedly opened the city gates to let them in. On the city walls, countless archers released their arrows at the same time. A rain of arrows shot into the sky from the city walls, falling towards the pursuing soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Retreat. An Earth Stage battle general of the tyrannical Sky Empire raised his arm and called out. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire immediately stopped. All the soldiers raised the shields in their hands and retreated. The rain of arrows fell. Most of them were blocked by the shields raised by the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire, but there were still some unlucky fellows who were hit by the arrows and immediately lost their lives. As countless soldiers retreated into Black Qilan City, Gu Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. As the heavy city gates slowly closed, everyone relaxed. Inside the city gates, countless soldiers sat paralyzed on the ground. Everyone was exhausted. Gu Zhan was the same. He and Uncle Xian also sat down on the ground. "Come, have a sip." Uncle Xian took out a wine gourd and took a sip himself, then passed it to Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan accepted the wine gourd and tilted his head back to take a big gulp. A stream of boiling hot wine flowed directly into his stomach. His whole body felt hot, and his whole spirit was refreshed. "Good wine." Gu Zhan passed the wine gourd in his hand to Uncle Xian. "You have 2 hours to leave the city and surrender, or the entire city will be slaughtered." Chapter 56:03. You have 2 hours to leave the city and surrender, or the entire city will be massacred. An extremely dignified voice came from outside Black Qilan City, echoing throughout the city. Everyone in the city was terrified. Black Qilan City was not a small city. There were hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city, and at least 200,000 soldiers from the East Moon Empire were stationed there. Although the army of the tyrannical Sky Imperial City was powerful, it would not be easy for them to breach the city. However, the morale of the tyrannical Sky Imperial City's army was high. If they attacked the city without a care, it would not be easy for the East Moon Empire's army to defend the city. "Ba Fei, you sure talk big. Do you have the ability to breach the city?" Just as countless people in the city were terrified, a voice rang out. It was not loud, but it echoed in the surroundings. Everyone in the city heard it. A woman? Within the eastern city gate, Gu Fei's clone, Gu Zhan, could not help being startled when he heard this. The person who spoke should be a young lady. Of course, the young here was actually referring to her appearance. Gu Fei would never judge a person by their appearance. That was because a cultivator's appearance was the most unreliable. It's the little princess, Dongyue Shuer? The person outside exclaimed. "Haha, I've really searched far and wide for you, only to find you by chance. Dongyue Shuer, let's see where you can run this time." The person outside laughed loudly. "Ba Fei, did a pig kick you in the head?" The female voice rang out again. "What did you say?" The person outside was instantly enraged. "Eat my arrow." In the next moment, Gu Zhan, who was Gu Fei's clone, felt a powerful wave of yuan qi erupt from the city. Then, he saw an arrow flash across the sky above the eastern gate like a graceful swan. The arrow was extremely fast. Gu Zhan was the only one who saw it disappear in an instant. No one else could see it at all. A scream came from outside the city. Then, the person outside the city stopped talking. It was unknown if he had been killed by the arrow. "TSK, a piece of trash wants to slaughter the city? I'll slaughter you first." The princess in the city said disdainfully. Countless people in the city were surprised and overjoyed. With Princess Dongyue holding the fort in the city, how could the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire break into the city? With Princess Dongyue in the city, the Dongyue Empire would fight to the death with the tyrannical Heaven Empire. However, the battles that followed would be even more intense. This was inevitable. The ones who suffered the most were the countless frontline soldiers of the two dynasties. However, this was not what Gu Zhan needed to think about right now. This physical body was simply too useless. How to survive in this battle was the most important thing. If he was killed, he would have to find another body to possess. Gu Fei's spiritual will really did not want to possess another body. "Kid, your father died to save me back then. I definitely won't let you die before me." The black tiger patted Wang Zhan's shoulder in fear. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the current Wang Zhan was no longer the Wang Zhan of the past. Of course, the physical body was Wang Zhan's, but the consciousness that occupied it was Gu Fei's. The name of Gu Fei's clone was Gu Zhan. However, in the black tiger's eyes, Gu Zhan was Wang Zhan, the son of his comrade who had gone through life and death with him. "Thank you, Uncle Black." Gu Zhan clasped his hands at the black tiger. "There's no need to be so polite between us. The black tiger smiled. Yes, I have a daughter. If I die in battle and you live, then you can help me take care of her. How about that? The black tiger suddenly said to Gujan with a solemn expression. All right. Gujan agreed without even thinking about it. Then it's a deal. The black tiger was very happy. While Gu Fei's clone was talking to the black tiger, the army of the tyrannical Heaven Empire had already set up camp a few kilometers outside the city. At this moment, in the main tent of the tyrannical Heaven Empire's army, the generals of the tyrannical Heaven Empire looked at a young man in battle armor lying on a soft bed. There was a black arrow stuck in the young man's left shoulder. The black arrow had pierced through his left shoulder, and the arrowhead had come out from his back. Dongyue Shuer, I, Ba Fei, swear to avenge this arrow, the young man on the soft bed said while gritting his teeth. His face was as pale as a piece of paper, without a trace of blood. It was obvious that he was heavily injured by the arrow. Your Highness, why don't you return to the royal city first? In the main tent, a middle-aged general in silver battle armor said carefully to the young man. Behind the middle-aged general, a dozen other generals looked at the young man. Ba Fei was the youngest brother of the tyrannical Heaven Emperor of the tyrannical Heaven Emperor. He was also the most beloved brother of the tyrannical Heaven Emperor. Despite his young age, his cultivation was high, and he was even conferred the title of vassal king by the tyrannical Heaven Emperor. Return to the royal city? If I don't capture Dongyue Shuer, do you think I can return to the royal city? Ba Fei said angrily. Wu Liang was very depressed. Ba Fei's injury was not a small matter. If anything happened to Ba Fei and his army, he would definitely be buried with him. The main commander of the tyrant army was Wu Liang, a god-level expert. Wu Liang naturally wanted Ba Fei to return to the royal city, but after being shot by Princess Dongyue, Ba Fei actually wanted to stay in the army and fight to the death with Princess Dongyue. What do you mean by this and that? Whoever dares to ask me to return to the royal city can scram, Ba Fei said angrily. In his agitation, the wound on his shoulder was affected, causing him to break out in cold sweat from the pain. The arrow was still stuck in his shoulder, and no one dared to pull it out. What are you waiting for? Get someone to treat me, Ba Fei roared. Yes. Wu Liang had no choice but to summon the medical officer in the army. Soon, an old man walked into the tent, followed by two young disciples, who each carried a box in their hands. The old man brought the two disciples forward. The two disciples opened the wooden box, and there were various tools and pills for treating external injuries. Soon, Ba Fei's arrow wound was treated, and he took the pills. The group of generals retreated from the room. General, with His Royal Highness here, we are restricted in every way. How can we fight this war? A dark-skinned, tall, and exceptionally strong general cautiously said to Wu Liang. The other generals nodded when they heard this. In the army, Ba Fei was absolutely superior to Wu Liang, the commander-in-chief. This was because Ba Fei was a royal highness, the younger brother of Ba Tian. He was an existence that was second only to Wu Liang. Sigh. Wu Liang sighed. He did not say anything and strode forward. The generals hurriedly chased after him. At this time, in Black Qilan City, in the main hall of the city, a woman in white sat on the throne, looking down at the generals in the hall. Chapter 5604. In the easternmost region of the Boundless Realm, a great battle broke out between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire. However, such battles were quite common in the easternmost region. This was because there would always be friction between dynasties and superpowers. The battle between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire did not cause too much of a stir in the easternmost region, and the Boundless Emperor would not care about a battle of this level at all. Gu Fei's soul sense taking over the body of a soldier from the East Moon Empire's Black Qilan City did not attract anyone's attention. Gu Fei had a clone in the Boundless Realm. However, his clone had lost all contact with his original body in the lower realm. His original body in the lower realm could not sense the existence of his clone in the Boundless Realm at all. In other words, unless Gu Fei's clone completely matured and left the Boundless Realm, Gu Fei's original body in the lower realm would not be able to sense his clone's existence. Gu Fei could wait. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was mixed in with the countless soldiers in the city. At this time, after a big battle, everyone was tired and hungry. The cook's army units in the city carried wooden buckets filled with rice and meat over. All the soldiers surrounded them like madmen. They did not use bowls and chopsticks. They directly grabbed the rice and roasted meat in the buckets and wolfed it down. Some choked and coughed. The army cooks put down the buckets and ran away. In the eyes of these cooks from the army cook's army, these defeated soldiers who returned to the city were all lunatics. There was food to eat and drinks to drink. Wooden barrels were brought out one after another. The barrels were filled with wine, and the fragrance of wine filled the air. Drinking boosted one's courage and also refreshed one's spirit. This would multiply the battle prowess of the soldiers. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and snatch it. The black tiger grabbed Gu Fei's clone and rushed forward. There was only so much food. If the others finished it, they would have nothing left to eat. Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown. He did not expect to end up fighting over food with a bunch of soldiers in the boundless realm. In this situation, he had no choice but to fight over food with others. He could only rush forward and smash the soldiers around the buckets with his fists. Then, he grabbed the rice in the buckets and stuffed it into his mouth. The other soldiers rushed forward and pushed Gu Fei's clone away. Gu Fei's doppelgangers could only fight against these warriors. He and the black tiger joined hands and easily defeated the battle soldiers around the wooden barrel. For a moment, the other battle soldiers were intimidated by the two of them and didn't dare to step forward. Soon, Gu Fei's doppelganger and the black tiger retreated after eating and drinking their fill. Only then did the surrounding battle soldiers rush forward, and another great battle for food ensued. Although the boundless realm was large and was the highest level of all worlds that Gu Fei knew, the competition here was even more intense than other worlds. In the boundless realm, powerful figures could summon the wind and rain, but the people at the bottom had to struggle to survive. Just like the countless soldiers of the East Moon Empire's Black Qilan City, they did not want to fight, because fighting would definitely result in death. However, they had no choice but to join the army. Only by joining the army and making contributions would they have a chance at success. In the army, whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. Very soon, all the soldiers had eaten and drunk their fill, then lay down on the ground to rest. Gu Fei's clone and the black tiger also sat on the ground. I hope the tyrannical Sky Empire retreats quickly. The black tiger sighed. It's impossible for us to retreat, Gu Fei's clone said solemnly. Nephew, why do you say that? The black tiger looked at Wang Zhan in astonishment. He did not know that the current Wang Zhan was no longer the same Wang Zhan as before. Because our princess injured an important figure of the tyrannical Sky Empire outside the city. Why do you think the tyrannical Sky Empire retreated so easily? Gu Fei's clone sighed. How do you know that Her Highness injured an important figure of the tyrannical Sky Empire? The black tiger was even more shocked. I guessed. Gu Fei's clone suddenly came to a realization. His current identity was Wang Zhan, a soldier of the East Moon Empire's Black Qilan City. He could not tell the black tiger that he saw the arrow shot by Her Highness. Guessed? The black tiger was speechless. At this moment, in the main hall of the Black Qilan City's city lord residence, Princess Dongyue sat on the throne and looked down at the generals below. Do you have a plan to retreat? Dongyue Shuer asked. The generals in the main hall were silent. The tyrannical Sky Empire's army outside the city had surrounded the entire Black Qilan City. The tyrannical Sky Empire's army could attack Black Qilan City at any time. Who could think of a plan to retreat? Your Highness, when will our reinforcements arrive? The Black Qilan City Lord asked carefully. How would I know? Dongyue Shuer said indifferently. After hearing Dongyue Shuer's words, the generals in the main hall were a little confused. Even Her Highness did not know when the reinforcements would arrive. How could they fight this battle? Although the tyrannical Sky Empire's army had surrounded the city, if the East Moon Empire's reinforcements arrived in time, it would not be difficult to annihilate the tyrannical Sky Empire's army. But now, everything was unknown. What, are you scared? Princess Dongyue sneered. Your Highness, I don't know how to write the word scared. A tall and mighty-looking general said in a loud voice. The generals looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Longxiang Man, also known as the Barbaric Bull. In the East Moon Empire, there were not many people with the compound surname Longxiang, but the clan was not weak. The great general of the East Moon Empire had the compound surname Longxiang. All the generals in the main hall, including the city lord, did not dare to underestimate Longxiang Man, because he was a madman who lived for battle. General Longxiang will definitely not be scared. I know this very well, but it's hard to say for the others. Princess Dongyue said in a deep voice, "We are willing to live and die with Black Qilin City." The generals hurriedly bowed to Dongyue Shuer. "Very well, listen up. What we need to do now is to defend Black Qilin City to the death, restrain the tyrannical Sky Empire's main force, and wait for reinforcements." Dongyue Shuer said loudly, "Defend?" The generals who bowed to the ground were shocked. Her Highness did not consider breaking out of the encirclement. They were only shouting that they would live and die with Black Qilin City, but deep down, they still wanted to escape. Only a fool would die for a city. That's right, when the reinforcements arrive, it will be time for us to counterattack. Dongyue Shuer said sternly. Chapter 5605. Gu Fei had successfully sent a strand of his will into the limitless realm. However, he had destroyed a connate chaotic Dao body clone that he had painstakingly cultivated in the primal chaos. However, it was worth it. Didn't he cultivate a connate chaotic Dao body clone so that he could send a strand of his will into the limitless realm? Divine will was the purest thing. Even if it entered the limitless realm, it would not be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. This allowed Gu Fei's divine will to easily take over a body. However, the person he had taken over, Wang Zhan, was only a small soldier under the command of the East Moon Empire in the Limitless Realm's East Pole region. He only knew some basic cultivation methods. With Wang Zhan's cultivation, he could barely be considered to be in the early stages of the human level. Although the Limitless Realm was an almost perfect world, and there were as many cultivation systems as there were hairs on a cow, there were countless cultivation methods. However, the real top-level cultivation methods were in the hands of the major forces. In the Limitless Realm, the real top-level cultivation methods were not something that ordinary people could cultivate. In fact, in any world, only the strong could live freely. The weak could only rely on the strong. For example, a small soldier like Wang Zhan had to risk his life for the sake of survival. This was the reality that made people feel helpless. Wang Zhan's spirit was currently sleeping in his sea of knowledge. He had temporarily become Gu Fei's clone in the Limitless Realm. Gu Fei's will did not completely erase Wang Zhan's spirit. Wang Zhan's experience made Gu Fei feel very emotional. This was a soldier who had no choice but to become a soldier for the sake of his family. He had to live every day without rest. However, for the sake of his family, he felt that it was worth it. As long as he made military contributions, he could let his mother and sister live a good life. They would no longer be mocked and bullied. Before Gu Fei had reached the Tao, he had also been ridiculed by his fellow disciples in the Taishan sect. But now, those fellow disciples who had bullied him did not have the last laugh. The supreme mystery sect of the human realm had long since perished, but eldest senior brother Li Lingfeng rebuilt the supreme mystery sect. After leaving the human realm for so long, Gu Fei did not know what the human realm was like now, nor did he know how the development of the supreme profound sect that Li Lingfeng had rebuilt was. Gu Fei knew very well that he had a lot of enemies, but with Old Tortoise and He Tian watching over the human world and the heavenly realm, nothing should happen to them. Of course, most importantly, he had left Yin and her mother the strongest Tao artifact. This was the only way for the mother and daughter to survive. At this moment, in the void realm, Gu Fei, who was cultivating in seclusion above the ninth heaven, was very calm. Thinking back on his life, the luckiest thing he had ever done was to meet Yin and have a daughter. Being alone was too lonely. If he was always alone, Gu Fei didn't dare to imagine what would happen. He might go crazy. However, ever since he had Yin and his daughter, he had something to worry about. He felt like he was a person again, a real person, a person of flesh and blood. With them, He could not forget his original intention and advance bravely on the path of cultivation. For the sake of his family, for the sake of his brothers, he could not fall. This was Gu Fei's persistence, and it was also the motivation for Gu Fei to move forward bravely. Should I take advantage of this time to go back to the human realm? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, the void realm was undergoing a huge change. Gu Fei had almost subdued all the infinite primes in the void realm. As Gu Fei's successor, Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou had also begun on the path of dominating the void realm. No one dared to resist, and all the forces chose to surrender. It couldn't be helped. Right now, Gu Fei was invincible in the void realm. In reality, a single Gu Fei wasn't scary, but if Yin Wu, the Emperor, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, the Everlasting Fire Spirit, and the Limitless Demonic Lord were added to the mix, who would be able to fight against Gu Fei? That Emoing who escaped? Don't joke around. Emoing was undeniably strong, but she couldn't even handle Yin Wu. However, Emoing was still a hidden danger. Soon, all the forces in the Middle Sky region of the Void Realm surrendered, followed by the North Ruins, the West Sea, and the Eastern Wastelands. The Eastern Wastelands demon race also completely gave up resisting. The Eastern Wastelands demon race army that was trapped in the Southern barbarians chose to surrender. There was really no other way. Gu Fei was too strong, so strong that he could make anyone despair. How could the Eastern Wastelands demon race resist Gu Fei's people? However, the Void Realm wasn't small. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Of course, it was only a matter of time. Just when Gu Fei's main body was wondering if he should return to the human world, Gu Fei's clone was living a very sullen life in Black Qilin City in the Unbounded Realm. Gu Fei's clone basically solved the problem of food and clothing, and then a place to stay. After resting enough, he followed the Black Tiger back to the army camp in Black Qilin City. Because of the defeat, the morale of the East Moon Empire's soldiers was very low. The army camp in the city was very big, and there wasn't just one. There were a total of 4 camps in the city, and they weren't far from the city gate. This way, it was convenient to dispatch troops at any time. The camp where Gu Fei's clone was at was the camp at the East Gate. This was also the largest camp in southern Qilin City, and there were at least 30,000 soldiers stationed there all year round. The 4 camps in the city had to maintain at least 100,000 soldiers to be able to deal with the tyrannical Sky Empire's attack. But now, after the battle on the plains outside the city, more than half of southern Qilin City's army was lost, and wounded soldiers could be seen everywhere in the city. If the tyrannical Sky Empire's army attacked the city now, there was a good chance they could break through. Of course, the East Moon Empire was fighting with their backs to the wall. Even if the tyrannical Sky Empire could break through Black Qilin City, they would have to pay a huge price. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were still hesitating, because if the losses were too great, they wouldn't have it easy either. In fact, the most important thing was that the commander of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Wu Liang, was worried about a Dao tool, which was in the hands of Princess Dongyue Shui. Dongyue Shui used it to injure Ba Fei. Ba Fei's identity was not ordinary. He was the younger brother of the current emperor of the tyrannical Sky Empire, and the most favored one at that. He was conferred the title of king at a young age. He was the youngest king in the entire tyrannical Sky Empire. He had his own fief, and even his own army. His fief was his small kingdom. In the tyrannical Sky Empire, kings were not allowed to have armies, because if they did, it was very easy for them to become disloyal and rebel. This was the last thing the emperor of the tyrannical Sky Empire wanted to see. However, Ba Fei was a special existence. Not only did he have a fief, but he also had an army. This was definitely unique in the tyrannical Sky Empire. He had been injured by Dongyue Shui, so how could he let it go? This battle was inevitable. Chapter 5606. In the easternmost region of the Infinite Realm, the war between the East Moon Empire and the Tyrannical Empire continued. The East Moon Empire was defeated and retreated to Black Qilin City, while the Tyrannical Empire's troops were at the city gates. However, the commander of the Tyrannical Empire, Wu Liang, was hesitating. This was because there was an important figure of the East Moon Empire in Black Qilin City, and this person also possessed a supreme treasure of the empire. The East Moon Bow was the supreme treasure of the East Moon Empire. Previously, Schwerer had used it to almost kill Lord Ba Fei of the tyrannical empire. With the East Moon Bow in hand, Schwerer had the confidence to challenge the army of the tyrannical empire outside the city. Even Ba Fei had been injured by her arrow, so it would be even more difficult for others to block it. If Schwerer targeted the generals of the tyrannical empire, how could they fight this war? In the tyrannical empire's military camp, "General, we can't go on like this. If Dongyue's reinforcements arrive, we'll be surrounded by them." In Wu Lianyang's tent, the generals all looked at Wu Lianyang, who sat in the seat of honor. "Yeah, we should attack the city before their reinforcements arrive," one of the generals agreed. Schwerer and Black Qilan City could afford to delay, but they couldn't. With Schwerer trapped in Black Qilan City, the East Moon Empire would definitely send reinforcements. This was without a doubt. Even though the tyrannical Sky Empire had won the battle and gained the upper hand, there were still several tens of thousands of soldiers from the East Moon Empire in Black Qilan City. If the East Moon Empire's reinforcements arrived, they would be done for. "General, let's fight." The generals were filled with fighting spirit. This was a rare opportunity for them to take down Black Qilan City. Black Qilan City's geographical location was very important. The entire city stood at the entrance to the East Moon Empire's hinterland. If the tyrannical empire wanted to march in and destroy the East Moon Empire, they had to take down Black Qilan City first. As long as Black Qilan City was still under the control of the East Moon Empire, the tyrannical empire couldn't destroy the East Moon Empire. The tyrannical empire and the tyrannical empire had fought openly and covertly for thousands of years. They both knew the importance of Black Qilan City very well. The tyrannical Sky Empire had defeated the army of the East Moon Empire more than once, but they had never been able to breach Black Qilan City. "General, don't hesitate. This is a golden opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves," a general said excitedly. If they could take down Black Qilan City, allowing the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire to directly charge into the hinterlands of the East Moon Empire, this kind of unparalleled military achievement would be enough for them to be conferred the title of Marquis and Minister. As the commander-in-chief, it was impossible for Wu Lianyang not to be tempted. However, even though he was moved, he didn't say anything. He was still able to keep his composure because he was very clear that he needed to be calm, calmer than ever. "General, say something," a general with a scar on his face said. They were all Wu Lianyang's confidants. If Wu Lianyang could make up his mind to attack Black Qilan City, as the commander, Wu Lianyang could eat the meat, and they could drink the soup by following Wu Lianyang. One had to know that no one had ever been able to break into Black Qilan City. If Wu Lianyang succeeded in breaking into the city, it would be a great achievement. With Wu Lianyang's achievement in breaking into Black Qilan City, it was not impossible for him to be conferred the title of Marquis. His Highness is still here. We can't ignore His Highness's safety. Wu Lianyang pondered for a long time, then suddenly sighed. Hearing this, the generals couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that their Lord General was wary of King Ba Fei. That made sense. With Lord Ba Fei here, even if Wu Lianyang could break into Black Qilan City, the greatest achievement would not belong to him, but to Lord Ba Fei. In that case, conferring the title of Marquis and Minister, or conferring the title of Marquis would all be for naught. Wu Lianyang did not want to be hot-headed and work for others. That was not his style. "I put in the most effort, so why should I give the credit to others for nothing? General, there's no need to worry about my safety. Just attack the city." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the tent. Then, a figure flashed at the entrance, and a person directly walked in. The generals in the tent hurriedly looked at the person and saw that it was their young Lord Ba Fei. "Greetings, Your Highness." Wu Lianyang hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands at Ba Fei when he saw him. "Greetings, Your Highness." The generals hurriedly stood up and bowed as well. It could not be helped. In a strictly hierarchical empire like the tyrannical Sky Empire, Ba Fei's status was extremely noble. Even a commander-in-chief like Wu Lianyang had to be respectful to Ba Fei, not daring to slight him. This was because Ba Fei represented the royal family of the tyrannical Sky Empire. "Your Highness, they have the East Moon Bow," a Dao weapon. If we attack the city now, this, Wu Liang wanted to say something but hesitated. East Moon Bao? Ba Fei was instantly enraged. He was injured by Dong Yuxuer with the East Moon Bao. Recalling the scene that day, Ba Fei gritted his teeth in hatred. If he had not been wearing armor to protect himself, Dong Yuxuer's arrow would have taken his life. Is the East Moon Bao that powerful? When my sky-dominating shield and sky spear arrive, I'll charge straight into Black Qilin City and capture Dong Yuxuer. I'll make her my maid. With that, Ba Fei turned around and left angrily, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded generals. Even Wu Liang was a little dumbfounded. The sky-dominating shield and sky spear were the ultimate treasures of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Did the Emperor want to fight the East Moon Empire to the death? At this time, Gu Fei's clone did not care too much about it. What he needed to do now was to grow and become stronger as quickly as possible, because only by becoming strong would he be able to survive. After returning to his residence at the Eastern Gate Barracks, he sat down on the ship and began to try cultivating. Wang Zhan, you're quite something now. Why didn't you come to serve me when you came back? Are you itching for a beating? At this moment, a few soldiers kicked open the wooden door and walked in arrogantly. There's still a pile of clothes outside. Why aren't you going to wash them? The ferocious-looking general in the lead shouted at Gu Fei's clone who was sitting on the bed. Scram! Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't even look at these guys and said coldly, What? The soldiers were a little dumbfounded. How dare you tell our boss to scram? Looks like this guy is really asking for a beating. Another soldier stared at Gu Fei's clone with a hideous smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's teach this guy a lesson. The boss said coldly, Are you really going to teach me a lesson? Are you sure? Gu Fei's clone sighed and said, So what if we teach you a lesson? We'll teach you a lesson too little. The boss said disdainfully, Sigh, it's too hard for me. Chapter 5607. Gu Fei's clone was speechless. It seemed that he would encounter some annoying people wherever he went. In fact, the unbounded realm was no different from other worlds. The only difference was that the living beings here were born with almost endless lifespans. That was because there was something in the unbounded realm that could allow the living beings here to live forever. Gu Fei's clone did not know what it was. Perhaps it was a law of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not know whether the outsiders from other worlds would also have an almost endless lifespan here. However, his priority now was to survive. The tyrannical Sky Empire's army was outside the city, and they could attack Black Qilin City at any time. Inside the city, there were also ruffian soldiers who ran amok and bullied the good. The ruffian soldiers were tyrannical in the military camp. Their clothes did not need to be washed, and their food and drinks were all served to them. If they were even slightly dissatisfied, they would be punched and stomped on. Many soldiers were furious, but did not dare to speak up. These ruffian soldiers usually had a backer behind them. Who would dare to fight with these ruffian soldiers? Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, was bullied by the ruffian soldiers. Even his hard-earned military merits were falsely claimed by these ruffian soldiers. Wang Zhan could not wait to tear these ruffian soldiers into pieces. However, reality was cruel. In order to survive in the military camp, he could only choose to endure. Now, these ruffian soldiers were here again. The leader of the ruffian soldiers was called Tu Xiao. He was really arrogant, just like his name. Wang Zhan, you're really something. How dare you look down on our boss? One of the ruffian soldiers sneered. I told you to scram, but you didn't. You're asking for it. You can't blame anyone. Gu Fei's doppelganger swept a cold glance at these fellows. What did you say? Tu Xiao, who was the leader, glared at them. A murderous aura immediately spread from his body. Although Tu Xiao was the leader of the ruffian soldiers, he was also a ruthless person who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of the ruffian soldiers. You've bullied me enough. Now it's my turn to bully you. Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly smiled at Tu Xiao. Tu Xiao was stunned when he saw this. Are you crazy? The wretched soldier next to Tu Xiao pointed at Gu Fei's clone and roared, This guy is crazy. The other ruffian soldier also stared at Wang Zhan in shock. They had never imagined that the Wang Zhan in front of them was no longer the Wang Zhan that they could bully in the past. Although he had Wang Zhan's appearance, his soul was actually Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger had read Wang Zhan's memories, so he naturally knew what kind of people these people were. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite to them. What are you waiting for? Tu Xiao glared at Gu Fei's doppelganger and roared. In the next moment, figures flashed. The ruffian soldiers behind Tu Xiao charged forward and surrounded Gu Fei's clone. The room in the barracks wasn't very spacious, and there were dozens of wooden beds. At this time, the other soldiers in the barracks had already fled when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Many people were standing outside the door, watching the commotion. Wang Zhan is going to be beaten up badly this time. The people outside the door could already imagine what would happen to Wang Zhan. Of course, if the person inside was the real Wang Zhan, he would definitely be beaten up badly by Tu Xiao and the others. Unfortunately, the person inside was no longer Wang Zhan. In the next moment, a dull sound of impact was heard. The ruffian soldiers who attacked Gu Fei's clone were directly sent flying and smashed into the wall, the ground, and the wooden bed. The barracks was immediately in a mess. Everyone outside the barracks was stunned when they saw this scene. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Tu Xiao was shocked and angry. How could Wang Zhan suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that this guy had been pretending to be weak all this time? Sigh, I've always said that it's too difficult for me. Why do you guys like to be tortured so much? Gu Fei's clone sighed. Just now, he had directly sent those guys who attacked him flying with a punch. Gu Fei was a supreme expert in the infinite realm. Naturally, his clone had inherited all his combat experience. Who could compare to him in close combat? Didn't you want to beat me up? Why aren't you making a move? Gu Fei's clone looked at Tu Xiao opposite him with a faint smile. Tu Xiao's expression changed several times when he heard that. He was now in a difficult position. If he were to admit defeat now, would he still have the face to stay here? However, if he did not admit defeat, he would probably be in a worse situation. Why does Wang Zhan seem to have changed into a different person? At this moment, the people outside were in an uproar. In their eyes, Wang Zhan was a coward who was used to being bullied by Tu Xiao and never dared to resist. However, today, Wang Zhan actually dared to challenge Tu Xiao. This was inexplicable. Damn it! If I don't break your arms and legs today, my surname is not Tuesday, Tu Xiao roared furiously. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. Then, he kicked at Gu Fei's clone. His kick was fast, ruthless, and accurate. His right leg was like a spear as it ruthlessly kicked at Gu Fei's clone's heart. If the kick landed, Gu Fei's clone's chest would probably explode, and he would die on the spot. It was obvious that Tu Xiao had trained before. Moreover, his battle prowess was much greater than that of ordinary soldiers in the East Moon Empire. In the East Moon Empire's military camp, how could Tu Xiao become the leader of the ruffians if he did not have any abilities? No matter when or where, only the strong would not be bullied by others, nor would they be afraid of being bullied. The principle of the strong preying on the weak was the same no matter where it was. If Wang Zhan was still the Wang Zhan of the past, he would suffer a terrible fate. However, this time, the unlucky one was definitely not the current Wang Zhan. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone extended his right hand and grabbed Tu Xiao's incoming right leg. What? Tu Xiao's shock was no small matter. Before Tu Xiao could react, Gu Fei's clone had already treated Tu Xiao like a rag sack. He began to swing him around, and then smashed him onto the ground. Bam! With a dull thud, dust flew into the air in the barracks. A crater was formed on the hard floor, and countless cracks appeared on the limestone floor. Everyone felt the ground shake. This fall was definitely not light. Tu Xiao screamed in pain as he coughed up blood. Who knew how many bones in his body had been broken? Gu Fei's clone did not show any mercy, because this guy was too despicable. How could he not teach him a lesson? He was avenging Wang Zhan. After all, he had possessed Wang Zhan's body. Chapter 5608. The Boundless Realm, the East Moon Empire, Southern Qilan City, in the Eastern Barracks. In the barracks, Gu Fei's clone directly defeated the leader of the ruffians, Tu Xiao. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. How was this possible? How did Wang Zhan become so powerful all of a sudden? One should know that Tu Xiao was not an ordinary person. This fellow had some background. Moreover, Tu Xiao's combat strength was not weak. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that Wang Zhan could defeat Tu Xiao in one move? Moreover, Wang Zhan seemed to have defeated Tu Xiao effortlessly. This made everyone who knew about Wang Zhan inexplicably shocked. Could it be that this guy had a fortuitous encounter and his cultivation had improved greatly? Someone guessed. However, no one could imagine that the Wang Zhan in front of them was no longer the Wang Zhan of the past. The current Wang Zhan was just a clone of Gu Fei in the boundless realm. Of course, apart from Wang Zhan himself, no one knew about this. Tu Xiao was basically crippled. He had been thrown to the ground by Gu Fei's clone, who knew how many bones in his body had been broken, and he kept coughing up blood. Wang Zhan, do you know who my uncle is? How dare you injure me? Tu Xiao glared at Gu Fei's clone as he spoke through gritted teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear the guy in front of him into pieces. I don't care who your uncle is. Since you've provoked me, I'll teach you a lesson all the same. Gu Fei's clone said coldly, Is that so? Are you sure you want to teach me a lesson? At this moment, a voice rang out from outside. Then, the soldiers blocking the entrance of the barracks hurriedly retreated. Gu Fei looked up and saw a middle-aged general in battle armor standing outside the door. The middle-aged general was staring at him coldly. The middle-aged general gave off a powerful aura, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Regular soldiers would have been terrified under his gaze. However, Gu Fei was fearless. His original body was an infinite prime. Even in the boundless realm, infinite primes were formidable figures. It should be noted that the 5 magnates of the boundless realm were only infinite primes. How could Gu Fei's doppelganger be afraid of a mere Earth-stage battle general? However, in the eyes of ordinary warriors, Earth-rank warriors were invincible existences. Upon seeing this warrior, all the warriors retreated far away. In Black Qilin City, an Earth-rank battle general was merely the lowest rank of battle general. With such a person as his backing, it was no wonder that Tu Xiao could be so unbridled in the military camp. Who would care about these ruffian soldiers? Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the general outside the door and said indifferently, You're not afraid of me? Seeing that the person in front of him did not show any fear, the battle general could not help but feel shocked. Looking at this person's clothes, he was just a small soldier in the city. For a lowly soldier in the city to not fear a general like him, this was somewhat abnormal. Why should I be afraid of you? Gu Fei's doppelganger was still very calm. In this way, the general was a little wary of him. The reason why he could become a battle general in Black Qilin City was because of his own ability and his cautiousness. He knew that there were some people that he could not offend. Hu Feng was an inner disciple of Black Qilin City's Tiger Clan. To be able to become a guardian general of Black Qilin City, he could not do without the support of his clan. He knew that some of the big clans in the city would send their most important disciples to the lower levels to temper themselves. And these people could not be offended. Hu Feng did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei's doppelganger because he could not see through Gu Fei's doppelganger's actual strength. He did not want to offend those nobles in the city for a good-for-nothing nephew. Moreover, this was a critical period. The army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was already at the city gates and could attack at any time. At this time, Hu Feng did not want to complicate matters. Seeing his uncle's hesitation, Tu Xiao became anxious. Uncle, he's just a small soldier without any background. You have to avenge me. Tu Xiao, who was lying on the ground, cried. At this time, Tu Xiao, who had always been extremely vicious and ruthless, was actually crying bitterly like a bullied child. The people who saw this scene were all stupefied. A small soldier without any backing? When Hu Feng heard that, his eyes immediately became fierce again. If this little guy in front of him was really just a small soldier without any backing, then even if he killed this little guy, others would not dare to say anything. Wasn't it a piece of cake for a battle general to kill a small soldier? What? You want to kill me? Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile. He could sense a murderous aura suddenly exuding from the battle general outside the door. Although this murderous aura was very weak and was controlled very well by this battle general, he still sensed it. And Hu Feng could not help being startled when he heard that. He just had the intention to kill this little guy, and this little guy immediately sensed it. This way, Hu Feng became even more apprehensive towards Gu Fei. How could such a character not have a background? In Hu Feng's eyes, this young man in front of him was much more outstanding than those nobles' disciples in the city. How could this kind of person be easily offended? What nonsense are you babbling about? Why aren't the few of you carrying that guy for treatment? Hu Feng shouted at Tu Zhao's subordinates. Yes, yes, yes. Tu Zhao's subordinates hurriedly went forward and carefully carried Tu Zhao out of the barracks. Gu Fei's clone looked on coldly and did not say anything. Little guy, this general should have punished you for neglecting this general today. But now that the Sky Tyrant's army is at the city gates, this is a time of need. This general will spare you this time. If you offend again next time, then don't blame this general for being merciless. Hu Feng did not wait for Gu Fei to speak and immediately turned to leave. No one had expected such an ending. Everyone thought that Wang Zhan was going to be in big trouble this time. One had to know that although this Hu Feng was the lowest level battle general, he was still a disciple of the Tiger Clan after all. In Black Qilin City, the power of the Tiger Clan was not small. This was also the reason why Tu Zhao could run amok in the military camp without anyone daring to stop him. Honorable nephew, you offended Hu Feng today. You have to be careful in the future. Mystic Black Tiger came to the side of Gu Fei's clone and said worriedly. In his eyes, Gu Fei's doppelganger was the son of his benefactor. Furthermore, his benefactor only had this one son. If anything were to happen to Wang Zhan, their Wang family would have no descendants. This was something that Mystic Black Tiger did not want to see. Uncle Mystic, in no time. No one in the entire Black Qilin City will dare to bully us, Gu Fei's clone said with a serious expression. When Mystic Black Tiger heard this, he could not help but look at Gu Fei's clone in disbelief. His nephew seemed to have really changed. What was going on? Chapter 5609. The East Moon Empire's Black Qilin City was an extremely important city. It directly guarded the entrance to the East Moon Empire's territory. The city was surrounded by cliffs. If the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire wanted to attack the East Moon Empire, there was only one way, and that was to take down Black Qilin City. However, it was not an easy task to conquer Black Qilin City. This was because the East Moon Empire had stationed a large number of soldiers in Black Qilin City. Black Qilin City itself was also protected by layers of defensive formations. As long as the defensive formations were activated, they could block the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. This was also where Dongyue Shue's confidence came from. As long as the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not break through the defensive formations, Black Qilin City would be safe. Of course, the tyrannical Sky Empire had already made ample preparations this time. Lord Bafei had even brought several dozen formation masters. He was prepared to fight to the death with Dongyue Shui. Moreover, Bafei would not let go of this opportunity to make a great contribution. This was also the reason why Bafei was unwilling to return to the royal city even though he was injured by Dongyue Shui's East Moon Bao. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Gu Fei's clone. The only thing he had to do now was to survive. Only by surviving could he rise to power. If he died, nothing would happen to his original body, but all his efforts would be in vain. However, he had beaten up Tu Zhao in the army camp, and Tu Zhao had his uncle, Hu Feng, behind him. Therefore, he had offended the Hu clan of Black Qilin City. Fortunately, Hu Feng could not tell the strength of Gu Fei's clone and was somewhat wary of him. Moreover, Hu Feng did not want to cause unnecessary trouble when the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was at the city gates, so he did not attack him. However, Gu Fei's clone knew very well that once Hu Feng knew he was a soldier without any background, he would definitely attack him without hesitation. Hu Feng was an Earth-rank battle general. With the current cultivation of Gu Fei's clone, he was no match for an Earth-rank battle general. If Hu Feng attacked him, he would be in deep trouble. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to increase his cultivation and combat strength as soon as possible. Ever since Gu Fei's doppelganger dealt with Tu Zhao and the others, no one else dared to cause trouble for him. Soon, night fell. Gu Fei's doppelganger sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. In the dead of night, when all the soldiers in the barracks were asleep, Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. He quietly snuck out of the barracks and headed for the east gate. Gu Fei's clone wasn't far from the east gate. Although the gate and the city walls were heavily guarded, he still easily avoided the countless guards and climbed over the wall. In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, the various protective formations of Black Qilin City held no secrets at all. He was in existence with the knowledge of an infinite prime. Although he had lost his astonishing cultivation as an infinite prime, his comprehension and understanding of the way of formations would not vanish. With his cultivation in formations, he could easily find over a dozen flaws in the protective formations of Black Qilin City. Gu Fei's clone could enter and leave Black Qilin City freely. The protective formations could not stop him. Under the cover of the night, Gu Fei's clone left Black Qilin City secretly and snuck into the barracks of the tyrannical Sky Empire outside the city. He was truly audacious. With his cultivation at the early human level, he would definitely be dead if he was discovered by the people of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Gu Fei's doppelganger knocked out a soldier from the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, then dragged him into a dark corner. He changed into the soldier's clothes and swaggered out of the room. He had snuck into the army of hundreds of thousands at night. He had even dirted his face, so no one could tell he was a fake. There was not much in the barracks, but there was no shortage of people. Gu Fei was not here to play around. After thinking about it, there seemed to be only one way for him to rise as quickly as possible. He had to do this. He knew that Hu Feng of the Hu family of Black Qilin City would find out about him very soon. Once Hu Feng found out that he was a soldier without any backing, he would be in danger. He was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the barracks of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Wherever he passed by, soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire would disappear. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire did not die, but their cultivation had been sucked away by Gu Fei's clone. Yes, this was the shortcut for Gu Fei to become stronger, devouring the cultivation of others. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were generally at the early human level. Gu Fei's clone continued to attack. Very soon, he had devoured the cultivation of dozens of soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The cultivation of Gu Fei's clone continued to soar. The early human level, the mid-human level, the great achievement. The strength of Gu Fei's clone was constantly increasing. Only by breaking through to the earth level would he have the ability to fight Hu Feng. If he only had the cultivation of the human level, he could only be oppressed by Hu Feng. In less than 2 hours, the cultivation of Gu Fei's clone had soared to the great achievement of the human level. He was already one step away from the peak of the human level. The cultivation speed of Gu Fei's clone was definitely the fastest in the entire limitless realm. It was unprecedented, because in the limitless realm, no one would use such a method to rapidly increase their cultivation like him. Cultivation required accumulation. The path to becoming an expert required one to take one step at a time. However, Gu Fei's clone was an exception. At this time, Gu Fei's clone was frantically devouring the cultivation of the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Before long, the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire who had been knocked unconscious were discovered by the other soldiers. Then, the entire military camp was suddenly on guard. Countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire moved. It was definitely not a small matter that an enemy had infiltrated the military camp. Even Wu Liang, the commander-in-chief of the army, was alarmed. Wu Liang personally ordered the entire military camp to be searched. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find those despicable fellows hiding in the camp. However, Wu Liang and the others couldn't even find a single hair. However, they did find those people who were hiding with Gu Fei's clone. 263 soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were attacked by a mysterious enemy. What Wu Liang couldn't understand was that the person who attacked these soldiers didn't kill them. However, these soldiers all had one thing in common, and that was that their cultivation base was gone. What's going on? Wu Liang was somewhat dumbfounded. The cultivation of these soldiers wasn't high. Why would someone devour their cultivation? He never dreamed that this was the doing of Gu Fei's clone. Moreover, Gu Fei's clone had already left the tyrannical Sky Empire's military camp when he saw that the situation wasn't right. Chapter 56:10. Outside Black Chilan City, in a remote mountain range about 10 miles away from the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, a figure silently sat cross-legged under a big tree. It was Gu Fei's doppelganger. At this time, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was in a hubbub of voices. The whole camp was brightly lit, and countless soldiers were searching for something. The commander-in-chief of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Wu Liang, was furious that someone had snuck into the camp and knocked out so many soldiers. How embarrassing, especially since Ba Fei was still lingering in the camp. Wouldn't Ba Fei laugh at them? However, what angered Wu Liang was that they didn't know who had snuck into the camp, let alone the purpose of the mysterious person. The mysterious person had snuck into the camp, devoured the cultivation of the soldiers, and left? What was going on? One should know that the cultivation of those battle soldiers was not very high. Even if he devoured the cultivation of all the soldiers here, his cultivation would break through to heaven rank. Wu Liang would never have guessed that the person who had snuck into the camp was only trying to break through to earth rank. That night was a sleepless night for the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire outside Black Chilan City. They searched the camp for the whole night, almost digging 3 feet into the ground. But they couldn't find anything. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger had returned to Black Chilan City without anyone noticing. He didn't return to the barracks, but strolled on the streets near the east gate, because it was less than an hour before dawn. Just when Gu Fei's doppelganger was bored to death, he suddenly saw a small shop at the corner of the street open for business. At this time, there were not many people on the street. Gu Fei's doppelganger walked over. It was a noodle shop. He paused in front of the shop for a while, then lifted his foot and walked in. The noodle shop wasn't big, and there were only 7 or 8 tables inside. It was a small noodle shop, and because it was still dark, there was not a single customer in the shop. There were only 3 people in the noodle shop, an elderly man, a young waiter, and a young girl. The old man was kneading the dough, and there were already noodles beside him. "Sir, what would you like to eat? We have braised meat noodles, fried paste noodles, and fried noodles." The waiter came forward and warmly welcomed Gu Fei's clone. "Give me a bowl of stewed meat noodles," Gu Fei's doppelganger said after thinking for a while. "All right, please wait a moment." The waiter retreated. On the other side, the old man directly grabbed a ball of noodles and threw it into the soup pot. The old man skillfully stirred the noodles in the soup pot with his chopsticks. When the noodles were cooked, he scooped them into a big bowl and poured a big ladle of braised meat over them. The gravy from the braised meat seeped into the noodles, and a meaty aroma filled the air. Even before eating, Gu Fei's doppelganger knew that this bowl of noodles must be delicious. Gu Fei's clone served the braised meat noodles. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." The young man smiled and retreated. In fact, Gu Fei had not eaten mortal food for a long time. Naturally, it was the same for his doppelganger. Looking at the big bowl of braised meat noodles in front of him, Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but be tempted. "Oldemo, you still dare to open a shop?" Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger was about to start eating, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Master Wolf, can you extend the deadline for a few days?" When the old man saw the person, he hurriedly went out to welcome him. "You dare to open a shop without paying Master Two's protection fee? Are you courting death?" The voice was very arrogant. When Gu Fei's doppelganger heard this, he could not help but frown. Then, he put down the chopsticks in his hand and turned to look outside. Outside the shop stood 3 burly men in black. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a single eye. This one-eyed middle-aged man had a murderous aura around him, and his appearance was ferocious. One look and anyone could tell that he was definitely not a good person. Master Two?" When the old man heard this, his expression changed drastically. "Master Wolf, can you put in a good word for me in front of Master Two and extend the deadline for a few days? I will be eternally grateful." The old man begged. "No way. If you can't pay the protection fee today, then you can forget about opening this shop." The one-eyed Master Wolf said fiercely. "Master Wolf, can you give me a way out?" The old man said in despair. He was very clear that if he could not pay the protection fee, the consequences would be very serious. Hee hee, don't say that I'm not giving you a way out. How about this? Your girl will leave with me, and you won't have to pay the protection fee in the future. The one-eyed master wolf suddenly stared at the girl in the shop and sneered. What? When the old man and the young waiter heard this, they were shocked and angry, especially the granddaughter of the old man. Her expression changed drastically. She did not want to leave with these guys. What are you guys waiting for? Ask that girl to go back. The one-eyed master wolf shouted at the two subordinates behind him. Yes. The two men behind the one-eyed master wolf immediately accepted the order and rushed into the shop. However, in the next moment, the two guys who rushed into the shop screamed and flew out. They fell directly on the street and could not stand up for a while. Who dares to be presumptuous in the territory of the Sky Tiger Gang? The one-eyed master wolf roared into the shop. Scram! A voice sounded in the shop. What? The middle-aged man called Master Wolf in front of the shop was immediately furious. He directly rushed into the shop and saw that there was only one customer inside. Needless to say, this was the guy who sent his two subordinates flying. When the old man and the young waiter saw this scene, they could not help but be confused. Kid, offending the Sky Tiger Gang will not do you any good. The one-eyed middle-aged man stared at Gu-Fei's doppelganger sitting at the table in the corner. SK. Gu-Fei's doppelganger did not care at all. You're courting death. The one-eyed middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. In the next moment, he directly jumped up and directly punched at Gu-Fei, who was sitting at the table. Peak of human level? The moment the one-eyed middle-aged man made his move, Gu-Fei's doppelganger stretched out his right hand and accurately grabbed the other party's incoming fist. The one-eyed middle-aged man was really shocked. Then, he only felt that the primordial chi in his body was rapidly draining. Gu-Fei's doppelganger was devouring the one-eyed middle-aged man's cultivation. Roar! The one-eyed middle-aged man roared again and again. He wanted to withdraw his fist, but it was already too late. His fist was tightly grabbed by Gu-Fei's doppelganger. Soon, a small part of the one-eyed middle-aged man's cultivation was devoured by Gu-Fei. However, with the devouring speed of Gu-Fei's doppelganger, this one-eyed middle-aged man would probably become immortal soon. You shouldn't have provoked me. Chapter 56:11. Black Qilan City was an important place at the border of the East Moon Empire. It was a place where everyone paid attention to, and the power was complicated. Of course, the number one power in Black Qilan City was the East Moon Empire's Black Qilan City. Other than the Empire, there was also the Hu family, the Tu family, and the Longsheng family in the city. These three families were not small, and there were countless small powers outside of them. The Heavenly Tiger Gang was one of the small powers. The Heavenly Tiger Gang was attached to the Tu family of Black Qilan City. Their boss was Tu Tianhu, a powerful figure in the Tu family, and Tu Xiao was Tu Tianhu's cousin. The Tu family and the Hu family were connected by marriage. It was also because of the alliance that Tu Xiao could do whatever he wanted in the military camp at the east gate of Black Qilan City because his backing was too powerful. Who would dare to provoke Tu Xiao? Moreover, the Heavenly Tiger Gang was not to be trifled with. The Tu family's territory was in the eastern part of the city, while the Hu family was in the west. The southern and northern parts were under the control of the Longsheng family. The central part of the city was where the city lord's office was located. No one dared to set foot there. In Black Qilan City, the city lord was the most powerful. Everyone had to listen to the city lord, followed by the Longsheng family. It was also because the Longsheng family was too powerful that the Hu family and the Tu family formed an alliance to fight against the Longsheng family. Of course, the Longsheng family was a large family in the East Moon Empire. Even in the imperial court, they were very powerful. The Longsheng family of Black Qilan City was only a branch of the entire Longsheng family. The eastern part of the city was the Tu family's territory, and also the Heavenly Tiger Gang's territory. The Heavenly Tiger Gang's biggest income was collecting protection fees from merchants. Merchants who did not pay protection fees could not open a shop in the eastern part of the city. This was the cruel reality of Black Qilan City. The little old man, Chu Yin, was only the owner of a noodle shop in an inconspicuous place in the eastern part of the city. This noodle shop was where he and his granddaughter settled down. They only hired a waiter. The income of a small shop was not much. It was only enough to maintain their normal life. But now, they already owed the Heavenly Tiger Gang 3 months of protection fees. The people from the Sky Tiger Triad had arrived before dawn. They had their eyes on Chu Yin's granddaughter, Chu Xiaoye. If Gu Fei's doppelganger was not here today, the little old man's granddaughter would have been taken away by the Heavenly Tiger Gang's one-eyed wolf. This guy called Lord Wolf was a ruthless character. Who are you? At this moment, the insufferably arrogant, ferocious and arrogant Master Wolf stared in horror at the young man who was grabbing his fist. His voice trembled as he spoke, because at this moment, the essence in his body was rapidly being sucked away by the other party. He wanted to retract his fist, but his opponent's grip on his fist was surprisingly strong. You shouldn't have provoked me, Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. Who the hell are you? Lord One-Eyed Wolf was depressed. If he had known that this fellow was so powerful, would he have asked for it? You're not qualified to know who I am. Gu Fei's doppelganger's tone was very calm. This guy's essence was much stronger than that of the tyrannical Sky Empire soldiers. He could feel his strength constantly increasing. He had already devoured so many essence chi of the tyrannical Sky Empire soldiers, and his cultivation had already broken through to the great accomplishment of the human realm. Now, as long as he devoured this guy's cultivation, his cultivation could break through to the peak of the human realm. Gu Fei's doppelganger thought that although he was still a distance away from the Earth realm, when he faced Hu Feng again, he would still have a chance to fight back. However, this body was too weak. A sudden surge of powerful energy would cause damage to this body, which was not a good thing for Gu Fei's doppelganger. This body's current maximum endurance is probably only able to withstand the power of the peak of the human realm. Gu Fei's doppelganger was really helpless. Even if he used the martial body tempering method to cultivate, it would be impossible for him to cultivate a powerful martial body in a short time. It must be known that the transformation of the physique required time to accumulate. Of course, if he had a fortuitous encounter, he might be able to cultivate a powerful martial body in a very short time. The stronger the martial body, the more power the martial body could withstand. Stop, I beg you to stop. This Lord Wolf was really afraid, because in the time it took to say these few words, 1/3 of the essence chi in his body had been sucked away by the other party. He did not want to become a cripple who lost all his cultivation. He knew very well that in this world where the weak were prey to the strong, once he lost his cultivation, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. At the very least, the Sky Tiger Gang would chase him away. Then, those who had been bullied by him would definitely tear him apart immediately. This one-eyed Lord Wolf knew that he had offended too many people. If he lost his cultivation and was chased out by the Sky Tiger Gang, those people would definitely not let him off. Stop? Why should I stop? Not only did Gu Fei's doppelganger not stop, but the devouring power in his hand became even stronger. You, Lord One-Eyed Wolf's shock was no small matter. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Sky Tiger Gang. Do you know? The Sky Tiger Gang is the #1 gang in the east of the city. If you dare to touch me, the entire Sky Tiger Gang will not let you off. One-Eyed Lord Wolf roared with a stern expression. Sir, you'd better leave quickly. At this moment, the little old man Chewing hurried over and said, the Sky Tiger Gang was not to be trifled with. However, was he, Gu Fei's doppelganger, easy to provoke? If I leave, you guys will be out of luck. Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently, Sigh, if something happens to them here, I'll be even more unlucky. The little old man said helplessly. At this time, the entire Black Qilan City had been sealed. Even if they wanted to leave southern Qilan City, they could not do so. Of course, the Sky Tiger Gang's influence was spread throughout the East City. It was easier said than done for the grandfather and grandson duo to leave. This was the helplessness of a nobody. Listen carefully, my name is Gu Zhan. Tell your people to come and find me. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at One-Eyed Lord Wolf and said coldly. At this time, this One-Eyed Lord Wolf no longer had the arrogance from before. His entire person had lost a kind of vitality, and his eyes had also become dull. 99% of One-Eyed Lord Wolf's cultivation had been absorbed by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his right hand and directly threw One-Eyed Lord Wolf out of the shop. One-Eyed Lord Wolf led his two subordinates and fled in panic. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger exuded a powerful aura. After he had absorbed 99% of One-Eyed Lord Wolf's cultivation, his cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the human stage. You guys really hid well. Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly turned around and said to the little old man beside him, "What?" Chapter 56:12. I didn't expect there to be two cultivators hiding in a small noodle house. Gu Fei's clone stood in the noodle house and looked at the little old man with a faint smile. "Who are you?" At this time, a voice came from behind Gu Fei's clone. The granddaughter of the little old man had already arrived behind Gu Fei's clone. "Advanced human realm?" Gu Fei said indifferently. "You actually know my cultivation level?" Chu Xiaoya was shocked. She had been lurking in Black Qilin City for so long, but this was the first time someone saw through her. Who was this guy? Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoya couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that they had been targeted long ago? That shouldn't be the case, because no one would think that they were cultivators. Those guys from the Heavenly Tiger Gang were just a bunch of idiots in their eyes. In fact, the reason why Chu Yin and Chu Xiaoya owed the Heavenly Tiger Gang protection fee was actually just an act. But now, this act couldn't go on because of the sudden appearance of Gu Fei's clone. So, they had to leave Black Qilin City. If they wanted to leave the city, they had plenty of ways. Even if the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire had surrounded Black Qilin City like an iron bucket, they still had a way to escape. Just now, Chu Yin wanted to take advantage of the moment when Gu Fei's clone was unprepared to suddenly kill Gu Fei's clone, and then directly leave Black Qilin City with his granddaughter. "Humph! No one can hide their cultivation level in front of me," Gu Fei's clone said proudly. He was very confident about this. Although he was only at the peak of the human realm, and he had just broken through to the peak of the human realm, but he had the knowledge of an infinite prime. What a big tone. Chu Yin stared coldly at Gu Fei's clone. Since he couldn't do it in the dark, he would do it openly. He slowly stretched out his right hand that was hidden behind his back, and the sharp dagger in his hand shone with a cold light. You should have done this a long time ago." Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at the little old man in front of him, his eyes as bright as stars. This little old man wasn't simple. He already had 1 foot in the Earth rank and was half a step into the Earth rank. It was just the right time to use this guy as a practice target. The stronger a martial artist was, the stronger they would become. To Gu Fei, leaping realms to challenge stronger opponents was a common occurrence. Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were not to be trifled with. "Sai, you are quite a character. However, you must die today." Chu Yin sighed, looking very regretful. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled. "We'll know soon enough whether we can kill them or not." As Chu Yin spoke, he pushed off with his right foot. In the next instant, his entire body was like an arrow, shooting towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. His speed was extremely fast. Don't be fooled by Chu Yin's aged appearance. When he moved, he was fast, ruthless, accurate, and incomparably powerful. A cold light slashed towards the neck of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Chu Yin wanted to seal the throat of Gu Fei's doppelganger in one move. However, just as Chu Yin's blade was about to seal the throat of Gu Fei's doppelganger, the cold light in his hand suddenly stopped before the throat of Gu Fei's doppelganger. "What?" Seeing this, Chu Yin's eyeballs almost fell to the ground, because he saw an unbelievable scene. This young man actually used 2 fingers to clamp down on the dagger that he had drawn with all his strength. This was a dagger that he had drawn with all his strength. Moreover, this was no ordinary dagger. This was an Earth-rank dagger, and it was incomparably sharp. Chu Yin was truly shocked by this move of Gu Fei's doppelganger. "This dagger is not bad. Thank you." As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, Chu Yin felt the hand that was holding the dagger tremble. Then, without knowing how, the dagger in his hand was in the doppelganger's hand. This time, Chu Yin's shock was no small matter. Shua. Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger snatched the dagger from Chu Yin's hand, Chu Xiaoye, who was behind him, made her move. A cold lightning like sword light rushed out from her sleeves, directly towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. Playing with swords with me? Gu Fei's doppelganger used the 8 desolation steps. The sword light that came from behind him brushed past his body. It was really a close shave. Chu Xiaoye attacked one after another. Her sword moves also as fast as lightning. However, it was as if Gu Fei's doppelganger already knew how Chu Xiaoye would attack. At the critical moment, he avoided her sword move by a hair's breadth. Chu Xiaoye was shocked and angry at the same time. She didn't even touch the hem of the doppelganger's clothes. But Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't put Chu Xiaoye in his eyes at all. This little girl's cultivation was only at the peak of the mortal realm. Most importantly, Gu Fei's doppelganger had the battle strength to challenge those stronger than him. In Gu Fei's eyes, only this little old man could be his opponent. At this time, he used the 8 desolation steps and began to fight with the little old man. A half-step Earth Realm cultivator was indeed not ordinary. Although Gu Fei's doppelganger had mastered the secret arts of the immortal path, it was not an easy task to take down this guy in a short time. Moreover, Gu Fei's doppelganger was using this guy as a practice target. Even if he had the ability to kill the little old man in one hit, he wouldn't be able to kill this guy in one hit. Most importantly, he had no enmity with the two of them, so he didn't have any killing intent towards them. "What's wrong with you? Are you toying with us?" Chu Yin said angrily. He could quickly see that this guy didn't have any killing intent towards them. If they couldn't even see this, would they still have the face to come out? And Gu Fei's doppelganger was also very curious about these two guys. Where did they come from? Were they spies sent into Black Qilin City by some force? Black Qilin City was not peaceful at the moment. All forces were watching Black Qilin City, waiting to watch a show. Whether the East Moon Empire or the tyrannical Sky Empire could destroy the other would depend on this battle, especially the East Moon Empire. Once the tyrannical Sky Empire's army broke through Black Qilin City, the East Moon Empire would be in trouble. Dongyue Shui also wanted to trap and kill the tyrannical Sky Empire's army outside the city. Once her plan succeeded and directly destroyed the tyrannical Sky Empire's army outside the city, the East Moon Empire's army would reverse the situation and turn from defense to offense. At this time, the tyrannical Sky Empire would be in danger. In short, this battle was very important to both empires. At this time, the tyrannical Sky Empire also sent another army to Black Qilin City. The East Moon Empire's reinforcements were also marching towards Black Qilin City day and night. Both empires wanted to seize the initiative. Of course, these major events had nothing to do with the current Gu Fei's doppelganger, because he was only a small soldier now. The sounds of fighting in the noodle shop soon alerted the patrolling soldiers nearby. "Sigh, this fight can't go on." Chapter 56:13. The morning of Black Qilin City was not peaceful. Master Wolf of the Heavenly Tiger sect was almost crippled, while the grandfather and grandson who ran an inconspicuous noodle restaurant in the east of the city disappeared. There were signs of a fight in the noodle restaurant. Only a waiter with no cultivation background was left in the restaurant. But this young man didn't know anything. He didn't know anything. Normally, this would be a trivial matter, but it was different now. The army of the tyrannical Sky Empire had sealed off the entire Black Qilin City. The people in the city could not escape at all. Moreover, there were definitely many spies of the tyrannical Sky Empire in the city. Who could guarantee that the grandfather and grandson who disappeared were not spies of the tyrannical Sky Empire? When the news reached Dongyue Shui, the princess of the East Moon Empire was furious. She ordered a citywide search. As a result, the atmosphere of Black Qilin City became extremely tense. Soldiers of Black Qilin City could be found in every corner of the city. Dongyue Shui was going to dig deep into Black Qilin City. This method was simple and crude, but it was very effective. It actually allowed Dongyue Shui to find many suspicious people in Black Qilin City. Then, these people were directly locked up in Black Qilin City's prison, and all kinds of torture were waiting for them to enjoy. After this wave of attacks, Almost all the spies of the tyrannical Sky Empire in Black Qilin City were caught. This made the commander of the tyrannical Sky Empire's army, Wu Liang, extremely depressed. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei's clone. However, he did not know that his new name, Gu Zhan, had already been found out by Dongyue Shuer. You still haven't found that guy called Gu Zhan? In the main hall of the city lord's residence, Dongyue Shuer sat on the throne in the center like a queen. She looked down at her subordinates with a cold and arrogant expression. In the hall stood a dozen important figures of the East Moon Empire in Black Qilin City. Everyone was cautious. Your Highness, we haven't even found anyone with the surname Gu, let alone Gu Zhan, the city lord said with a heavy tone. Surname Gu, this Long Xiang man, who was not afraid of anything, showed a trace of fear on his face. That person can't be from that clan, can he? The head of the Hu family, Hu Xiaotian, also revealed a look of fear. In the limitless realm, the surname Gu was a rare surname. It was also a taboo surname. Even the princess of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Shuer, was rather wary of people with this surname. Forget it if you can't find it, Dongyue Shuer said gloomily. In the limitless realm, some extremely ancient cultivation clans could not be offended. In the easternmost region, the surname Wu was a taboo. This was because Peerless Extreme Emperor's surname was Peerless. The oldest and most powerful cultivation clan was not something they could imagine. However, Gu Fei's clone, who had just arrived, had no idea how awesome his surname was in the limitless realm. At this moment, a beam of divine light flew in from outside the main hall. The higher-ups of the Black Qilin City were shocked. They all got into defensive positions. Everyone was ready to attack at any time. Their nerves were stretched taut. When Dongyue Shuer saw the divine light that flew in, her eyes lit up. She reached out with her right hand and grabbed the divine light. Haha, Ba Fei won't be able to escape this time. Dongyue Shuer laughed. The higher-ups of the Black Qilin City in the main hall were all shocked. At this moment, at the foot of a mountain less than 100 miles away from Black Qilin City, countless soldiers rushed out. Banners fluttered in the wind, horses neighed, and the whole mountain was covered with soldiers in armor. These were the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire. The reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were finally about to reach Black Qilin City. Moreover, their morale was high, and there were even sky troops riding on birds in the sky. Rumble, chariots, pulled by powerful beasts, quickly rushed over from the distance. Every chariot had a powerful general standing on it. This was the confidence of the East Moon Empire. However, on the side of the Heaven Tyrant Empire, their reinforcements were also marching towards Black Qilin City without stopping. However, the reinforcements of the Heaven Tyrant Empire were much further away from Black Qilin City than the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone had already returned to the military camp at the east gate of Black Qilin City. After devouring the cultivation of the one-eyed wolf from the Heaven Tiger sect, his cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the human level. After returning to the barracks, he lay down on the bed. He did not sleep, but cultivated. He wanted to consolidate the cultivation realm he had just broken through. Master Zhan, wash your face. Master Zhan, we've brought your food for you. Master Zhan, here are your clothes. When dawn arrived, when Gu Fei's clone got up, there were 3 guys standing neatly in front of his bed. One of them was holding a washcloth, one was holding food, and the last was holding a set of clean clothes. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown. No wonder Tu Xiao liked being the leader of the ruffians so much. It turned out that being the leader of the ruffians had such benefits. With such enjoyment, Gu Fei's clone naturally had no reason to reject it. After washing his face, eating, and dressing, he walked out of the barracks. The 3 guys were like servants, carefully following behind Gu Fei. When the surrounding people saw Gu Fei's clone, they instinctively made way. By this time, the news that Gu Fei's clone dared to confront General Tiger Wind had already spread throughout the entire military camp at the East Gate. Now, he was already a celebrity in the military camp at the East Gate. After all, not just in the Eastern Gate camp, even in the entire Black Qilin City, there had never been a confrontation between a lowly soldier and a general. How could a lowly soldier dare to provoke a general? Wasn't that the same as seeking death? However, something that had never happened before had happened. This would definitely cause a commotion. However, Hu Feng, the general from the Black Qilan City's Tiger Clan, was a little embarrassed. At this moment, in the square of the military camp, countless soldiers were training, and their shouts were deafening. Wang Zhan, is that you? As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Gu Fei's clone met a guy he hated. This guy was Tu Xiao, who was followed by more than a dozen ruffians. Your injury healed quite quickly. Gu Fei's clone was a little surprised to see this guy. He had just taught this guy a lesson yesterday. Shouldn't this guy be hugging a bandage and lying on the bed like a corpse? It seemed like there was an expert treating this guy. Otherwise, how could this guy recover so quickly? Hee, you're about to die. Tu Xiao stared coldly at Gu Fei's clone. Haha. Chapter 56:14. The Tu clan was a large clan in Black Qilan City of the East Moon Empire, the East Moon Empire of the Limitless Realm. Of course, the Tu clan was very powerful in Black Qilan City, but in the entire East Moon Empire, the Tu clan's power was not taken seriously by the influential figures in the imperial court. Although Tu Xiao was the leader of a ruffian in the eastern barracks of Black Qilan City, he was a direct descendant of the Tu clan. His status in the Tu clan was much higher than that of the collateral descendants. Moreover, his uncle was the general of the Hu clan, Hu Feng. The reason why Tu Xiao could appear at the training field of the eastern barracks so energetically today was because there were experts in the clan who treated his injuries. That was why he could recover so quickly. It could not be helped. This was the benefit of having a backer. For example, Wang Zhan, who had been possessed by Gu Fei, did not have a backer. That was why he was bullied by Tu Xiao and the other ruffians in the barracks and did not dare to resist. However, it was different now. Wang Zhan's spirit was already in a deep sleep. Wang Zhan was now a clone of Gu Fei, so he was naturally not afraid of these ruffians. Wang Zhan, you are at death's door, but you don't know it. How pitiful. Tu Xiao sneered at Gu Fei's doppelganger. I am at death's door? Gu Fei's clone laughed when he heard that. Have you become stupid after being beaten up by me? Gu Fei continued. What did you say? Tu Xiao was instantly enraged. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers retreated. Gu Fei's clone and Tu Xiao attracted the attention of many soldiers. Who are those two? In the distance, beside the training field stood a lady in white with a veil. Your Highness, that middle-aged man is Hu Feng's nephew. His name is Tu Xiao. As for that young man, I don't know who he is. A middle-aged general in battle armor beside the lady in white said carefully. Tu Xiao, Hu Feng's nephew? The Tu clan and the Hu clan? The lady in white said indifferently. Wang Zhan, you're the King idiot. Did you eat breakfast? Do you know who gave you your breakfast? Tu Xiao stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger smugly. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. You guessed it right. The breakfast you ate was sent to you by someone, and I also added something in it. The more Tu Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to see this guy kneel down and beg for mercy. Despicable indeed. Gu Fei's doppelganger remained calm. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I'll spare your life. How about it? Tu Xiao said proudly. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at Tu Xiao, who was in front of him. Suddenly, he turned his hand and grabbed the soldier who had brought him breakfast. He lifted the soldier up into the air as if he was grabbing a chicken. What do you want? Tu Xiao's expression changed drastically. Here's your man. Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he threw the man in his hand at Tu Xiao's feet. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The man lay on the ground and wailed. All the soldiers on the training field looked at Gu Fei's doppelganger. What's happening? It's Tu Xiao. There's going to be a good show. Tu Xiao was famous in the Eastgate military camp. Everyone knew this ruffian leader, and countless people had been bullied by this guy. Many people were unhappy to see Tu Xiao bullying someone again, but no one dared to stand up for him. Tu Xiao was backed by the Tu family and the Hu family. With such a strong backing, who would dare to provoke this guy? Most of the soldiers in the Eastgate military camp didn't have a strong background. People like Tu Xiao, who came from a big family and was a direct descendant, were rare. Wang Zhan, are you tired of living? Tu Xiao stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger and said angrily. This guy was about to die, but he still dared to touch his man. He was courting death. I'm tired of living. What can you do to me? Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. You? Tu Xiao was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't tell me you really think I'm poisoned? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. What? Tu Xiao's shock was no small matter. Could it be that this guy was immune to all poisons? Or did he discover the food was poisoned in advance? Thinking of this, Tu Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, he realized that Wang Zhan was like a different person. How could the previous Wang Zhan dare to go against him? The previous Wang Zhan didn't dare to make a sound even if he was bullied like a dog by him. How dare you provoke me again and again? The one who is tired of living is not me, but you. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the panic-stricken Tu Xiao with a faint smile. Hearing this, Tu Xiao stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger in horror. What do you want? I'm a direct descendant of the Tu family. If you dare to touch me, I'll wipe out your entire family. Tu Xiao said with a ferocious face. You want to wipe out my entire family? The smile on the face of Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared in an instant, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. His family was his reverse scale, and no one was allowed to touch them. So what if I want to wipe out your entire family? Tu Xiao roared with a stern expression. At this time, everyone around looked at Tu Xiao. No one spoke, and the entire martial arts field fell silent. This little guy from the Tu family is really something. He wants to wipe out an entire family just because of a disagreement. Beside the martial arts field, the princess in white said coldly. The general beside Dongyue Shui dared not speak. Then I'll wipe you out first, Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he stepped on the ground with his right foot. Like an arrow, he rushed toward Tu Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The peak of the human level? Seeing this, Dongyue Shui's eyes lit up under her gauze hat. A mere warrior was actually a cultivator at the peak of the human level. He was really a hidden dragon. How could such a person be a mere soldier? A cultivator at the peak of the human level could at least be a centurion in the army, with 100 soldiers under his command. However, looking at the clothes he was wearing, he was clearly a mere soldier. The cultivation of Gu Fei's doppelganger had improved greatly. How could Tu Xiao be a match for him? Bam! Gu Fei's doppelganger's punch landed directly on Tu Xiao's face. In the next moment, Tu Xiao's face looked as if it had been dyed. It was extremely fascinating. Damn, this guy is a ruthless person. That's so cool. He actually dared to hit Tu Xiao. The surrounding warriors were all dumbfounded by the scene. No one could believe that a mere soldier would dare to attack Tu Xiao, the leader of the military gangsters. Chapter 56-15. In Black Qilin City, the training field at the East Gate Barracks was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. No one had expected that Wang Zhan would dare to attack Tu Xiao in front of so many people. Furthermore, he had knocked Tu Xiao to the ground with a single punch. Tu Xiao could not even block a single punch from Wang Zhan and was directly punched in the face. It felt so good. Everyone felt the pain watching from the side. Tu Xiao's subordinates were even more dumbfounded. After all, Tu Xiao was from the Tu family. The east side of Black Qilin City was the Tu family's territory. Moreover, Tu Xiao was a direct descendant of the Tu family. His status in the Tu family was naturally not ordinary. Wang Zhan actually hit a direct descendant of the Tu family in front of countless people. Wasn't this equivalent to giving the Tu family a resounding slap in the face? Among everyone present, no one was optimistic about Wang Zhan. In their eyes, Wang Zhan was just a soldier without any background or backing. Meanwhile, the Tu family in the east side of the city was a colossus in Black Qilin City. Most importantly, the Tu family had allied with the Hu family in the west side of the city. With the two powerful clans working together, even the city lord of Black Qilin City was somewhat wary of these two cultivation clans. However, Tu Xiao, a direct descendant of the Tu family, was actually beaten up by Wang Zhan. In everyone's eyes, Wang Zhan was definitely courting death. You're crazy. How dare you hit my face? Tu Xiao, who was knocked down by a single punch from Gu Fei's clone, was furious. When he was being taught a lesson by Gu Fei's clone yesterday, there were not that many people watching. However, he was completely humiliated now. Not only him, but the entire Tu family was also humiliated. This was because Tu Xiao was a direct descendant of the Tu family. In the next moment, the entire training field was in an uproar. This little guy is not simple. At the side of the training field, the little princess of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Shuer, who had been watching the show, said with a deep voice, "Go and investigate his background for me," Dongyue Shuer said to the general beside her. Understood. The general accepted the order and left. Dongyue Shuer was really curious. This guy dared to hit Tu Xiao. He was really bold. Behind Tu Xiao was the Tu clan from the east side of the city. The people from the Tu family were not to be trifled with. "So what if I hit you?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. He was not Wang Zhan now, and he was not a coward who allowed Tu Xiao to bully him and did not dare to resist. Those who knew Wang Zhan felt that the current Wang Zhan was simply a different person. In the past, Wang Zhan would never have dared to provoke Tu Xiao, let alone teach him a lesson. "Trash like you, get the hell out of my sight the next time you see me, understand? I don't want to see you." Gu Fei's doppelganger stepped forward and stepped on Tu Xiao. He looked down at the guy and said loudly, "Damn it." Tu Xiao was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angered by Gu Fei's clone that he vomited blood. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw that the person who spoke was a battle general, and this battle general was actually Hu Feng. "What? Are all the people from your Hu family the ones who bully the weak, the kind, and fear the evil?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Hu Feng indifferently. "What did you say?" Hu Feng was instantly enraged when he heard this. However, he really could not bring himself to attack Gu Fei's doppelganger because this was the martial arts practice field, and there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. With his status as an Earth-rank battle general, attacking a small soldier was a very embarrassing thing. Hu Feng naturally would not make a move against a small soldier in front of a large crowd. Of course, Hu Feng had already sent people to investigate Wang Zhan's background. This small soldier called Wang Zhan did not have any backing at all. This made Hu Feng depressed to the extreme. He was actually intimidated by a small soldier. This was really too embarrassing. And now, no matter how much Hu Feng wanted to get rid of Gu Fei's doppelganger, at this time, he could not attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. Of course, if he could not do it openly, Hu Feng could do it in the dark. It was as easy as flipping his hand to kill a small soldier without anyone noticing. "Do you want to attack me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Hu Feng with a smile that was not a smile. Humph! Hu Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. If looks could kill, Gu Fei's doppelganger would have died countless times. "Uncle, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This guy actually dares to look down on my Hu family. Then let me have a taste of him." Just as Hu Feng was about to go crazy, a voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Then, a person walked out from the crowd. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the guy who walked out from the crowd, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. This was a young man with red lips, white teeth, and a delicate face. Judging from this young man's appearance, he couldn't see the depth of this young man at all. Hu Wu. When Hu Feng saw the person, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect to see this nephew in the Eastgate military camp. What? He's Hu Wu. The surrounding people who were watching the show were all shocked because Hu Wu was a famous person in Black Qilin City. He was a cultivation genius and was the #1 person in the younger generation that the Hu family had nurtured. Hu Wu's cultivation had almost caught up to Hu Feng's. "Nephew, you have to be careful." As Hu Feng spoke, he actually retreated. The surrounding people also retreated far away. This was a battle between experts. If they were accidentally affected, it would definitely be a rhythm of death or injury. Another one looking for abuse. Gu Fei said coldly. "We still don't know who will abuse who," the white-clothed young man said with a gloomy face. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger and could attack at any time. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't say anything else and directly threw a punch at the guy called Hu Wu. A burst of fist energy exploded from his fist. Everyone felt a strong wind blowing against their faces, and their faces were faintly aching. Swish! The white-clothed young man dodged and directly dodged the punch from Gu Fei's doppelganger. Two figures moved quickly on the martial arts field, and the concentrated sounds of collisions constantly rang out. Powerful Yuan Qi waves spread out, forcing the spectators to continuously retreat. 10,000 swords facing the sect, Gu Fei's doppelganger shouted. In the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out from his body and pierced towards the white-clothed young man at an extremely fast speed. The earth-shattering sword light fell towards Hu Wu. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. How did this Wang Zhan suddenly become so powerful? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.